Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Wherever you're at in the world, welcome to Last Rouse Baseball's live commentary of the DuPont Professional Baseball League. Tonight, we're going to bring you the third game of the three-game set between the Yokohama DeNA BayStars and the Chunichi Dragons. The BayStars are looking to complete the sweep as they won on the Friday game in Japan, knocking off the Dragons 4-3. They followed it up with a 6-0 shutout last night behind their rookie pitcher Takeda. And now they welcome back to the NPB Shintaro Fujinami, who will take to the hill, the former Hanshin Tiger. And, of course, in Major League Baseball, he spent time with the Oakland A's, Baltimore Orioles, and then he was with the Mets and the Mariner organization. So he brings his 100-mile-an-hour fastball back to Japan. It'll be interesting to see if he has bettered his command of his pitches. Well, we're going to give you the starting lineups, first of all, from the visitors from Yokohama tonight. Leading off in right field is number 61, Tetsuo Yabina. Batting second in center field is number 1, Masayuki Kuwahara. Hitting third and left field is number 7, Kaida Sano. In the cleanup spot tonight and playing third base is number 51, Toshiro Miyazaki. Batting fifth and getting the start at first base tonight is number 66, Dan Visaedo. Batting sixth and doing the catching is number 10, Yasutaka Tobashira. Hitting seventh at second base is 00, Takuma Hagashi. Batting in the 8th spot and playing shortstop is number 9, Yoda Kyoda. And batting ninth and doing the pitching is number 27, Shintaro Fujinami. And they're going to be facing, it's going to be Takahiro Matsuba, who takes to the hill for the Dragons. He's 7-8 on the year. He's worked 124 innings. He's allowed 113 hits. He has given up 34 runs. 33 have been earned, walking 30 and striking out 51, pitching to a 2.40 earned run average. Well, that's your starting lineup for the visitors from Yokohama. Now your starting lineup for the Chunichi Dragons. Leading off tonight in center field is number 1, Yuki Okabayashi. Batting second at second base is number 97, Seishu Higuchi. Hitting third and right field is number 51, Seiya Ubiyashi. Batting in the cleanup spot tonight is the first baseman, number 24, Jason Vossler. Batting fifth at third base is number 63, Yutaro Iriyama. Batting in the 6th spot in left field tonight is number 53, Shunta. Batting 7th and doing the catching is number 39. Or batting 8th and doing the catching is batting 7th is wearing number 39 is Shingu Asami. Batting in the 8th spot and doing the pitching tonight is number 38, Takahiro Matsuba. And batting 9th and playing shortstop is number 45, Ryuku Tsuchida. And they are going to be facing, of course, as we mentioned at the top of the stream, it is going to be Mount Fuji, Shintaro Fujinami, making his first appearance in the NPB in a couple of seasons. So that is your starting lineups. And we'll be back in just a few moments with all of the action. It is Central League action on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. The Dragons have taken the field, and they are just throwing the ball around, and the pitcher is completing his tune-up tosses, and we'll be ready to get this one underway in just over a moment's time. It is the third game of the series, as we mentioned tonight, and the BayStars looking to complete the sweep of the Dragons. The Dragons are on their tails, and they want to try to get themselves and gain some ground. The BayStars themselves on the Yomiuri Giants. Giants are already, action is already underway, and they are playing the Hanshin Tigers. It is currently in the second inning. It is in the top of the second, and it is 0-0 there. So a BayStar win, a Giant loss will help the BayStars continue to gain ground. I don't know at this point in time if anybody's going to catch the Hanshin Tigers. They've built a healthy lead. Usually if they could get through the month of August with a pretty good lead by the time they get back to the Koshin Stadium, they should be in a position where they will be okay to potentially win the pennant in the Central League again this year. So we'll see how it all plays out as the Tigers are at the top spot. Really I want to say a two-horse race, but certainly the Carp have played so poorly. Really, the Dragons and the Carp would be battling for that last spot unless somebody got hot. I don't think it's going to happen. Well, here we go. Here comes the first pitch of the ball game as we are ready to get underway. As Tatsuo Obina will step in against the lefty Matsuba. As Matsuba is ready to deliver the first pitch, and it's on its way. It is a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and the count is 0-1. We are underway. Obina hitting .277 on the year, 4 homers and 24 runs batted in. The pitch is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away into the leadoff hitter's feet, and the count is now 0 balls and 2 strikes. So 0 balls and 2 strikes to Obina. Curious to see how Mount Fuji is going to make out here tonight. It could be either a really positive move and a shot in the arm literally for the BayStars, or it could backfire for them. As there's a breaking ball swung on, this ball is going to be lined into right center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Chasing it is Okabayashi. Digging for 2 is Obina, and he's going to cruise in there safely with a double. And so he is aboard. Too good a pitch with 2 strikes. Matsuba left it up in the zone. He went the other way with it, and he's able to get himself a leadoff double to begin the ball game. So the trending in the right direction here for the BayStars. Good start for them. Our friend RJ back in the house. He says, managed to make it. He goes, don't think I'll be able to stay awake for the whole game. Well, the BayStars can get a bunch of runs early. You may not need have to. It might be over before you know it. So this brings Masayuki Kuwahara to the plate. He's hitting .264 on the year, 3 homers and 13 runs batted in. He's getting the nod in center field tonight as the pitch coming here from the left-hander Matsuba. Kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball down. Nice stop there by the catcher tonight, and that is Usami. Defensively tonight for the Dragons from left to right field, Shunta is in left. The center fielder is Okabayashi, and it is Ubiyashi in right. Around the horn from first to third, Vossler at first, Higuchi at second. Shortstop tonight is Tsuchida, and at third base, it is Idiyama with the battery of Matsuba and Usami. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed. The count goes even to 1-1. Our friend Mike is back in the house, as is Joe Mansman. So we've got everybody making it in. Glad you guys could be here. See how this crowd develops tonight. I don't know if there's anything else that's on. I don't know if there's UFC tonight or not. It just seems to be that UFC has really tapered down, at least in competition with our streams. There's a fastball swung on. Good piece of hitting by the right-handed hitting Kuwahara as he hits it through the 4-hole into right field. The throw comes into the plate, but it is going to be a little bit offline. However, Ibina has been held up at third. And so Kuwahara has himself a single. That's going to put runners on the corners for the BayStars, and it's going to bring Kaita Sano to the plate. A little bit surprised they didn't challenge the arm of the right fielder Ubiyashi here early on. And I think if they would have done that, I think they would have probably cashed in their first run. RJ says the UFC title fight is on right now. There you go. Yeah, usually what happens is we get a crowd that bounces over from the UFC fights. If you're into that sort of stuff, that's never been our racket. Although, I mean, they're pretty impressive athletes and the things they can do is pretty amazing, but never been a big interest in that. It was more of a pugilist, like the boxing, than I did the UFC. Well, this brings Kaita Sano to the plate, hitting .278, 12 homers and 53 runs batted in. Joe says he's watching Quick Pitch on the MLB, and Harrison's back in the house. He says, what did he miss? Well, we were going to give away $1 million tonight, Harrison, if you were the first one in, but you weren't. So unfortunately, that's the way it goes. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count is 0-1. The ball's in 1 strike to Sano. Right now, defensively, the way that the Dragons are set up, the shortstop is even closer than double play depth. He's in a little bit tighter. I wonder if they will take a shot at the plate if it ends up going to Tsuchida as they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is Sano. So no balls and 1 strike as he's waiting here on the offering. And the pitch on the way is a fastball swung on. It's grounded to second. They go to second for 1, back to first. It's going to be in time, and that is going to cash a run in as Ibina is going to score here to make the scoreline 1-0. No RBI on the play, but it will go in the books as a grounded to double play for the first and second outs of the inning. 4-6-3 in our books. It was not a great flip over to second base by the second baseman Higuchi. Bit of a suicide ball. That is going to bring up the third baseman in Toshiro Miyazaki. So that brings Miyazaki to the plate, and the first pitch is a slow breaking ball that catches the outside corner for 0-1. Miyazaki batting .277 on the year, 4 homers and 33 runs batted in. BayStars have outscored the Dragons 10-3 in the series. There's a fastball swung on it, is lifted into right field. And racing hard and making the catch on the run is Ubiashi, and that is going to do it. Miyazaki gone for the third out, but the BayStars strike first here in the first. 1 run in the inning on the benefit of 2 hits. There was no errors, and there was nobody left aboard. Their score as we are through a half inning. It is the BayStars 1, the Dragons coming to bat. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action after this.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Okabayashi, Higuchi, and Umbayashi to come to bat to face Shintaro Fujinami here in inning number 1. A big right-hander has just completed his tune-up tosses, and we will be ready to get this one underway. He has starts with the farm team of an inning, 3 innings, and 3 1/3. And his last start, he went 69 pitches. That was 11 days ago. So we'll see what Fujinami can bring to the staff of the BayStars as he is getting ready to deliver here. And the first pitch on the way is a breaking ball swung on, and it's chopped foul over on the first base side. The count is quickly 0-1 to Okabayashi. So the power arm starts with a breaking ball to get things going. So no balls and one strike. The left-handed hitting Okibayashi hitting .271 on the year, 3 homers and 25 runs driven in. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball that catches the inside corner, and the count now goes to 0-2. Friend RJ said about the fight that they've been laying on the ground. That's the one thing. I was never a grappler. I never could get into that sort of stuff. And as I said before, it is an art to itself. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Last pitch was at 97 miles an hour on our gun, but he missed it off the outside. Had a little bit of run to it, too. So I haven't seen Fujinami pitch in a while. I know he was with the Mariners organization. We were tracking and following him for a bit as there was a ball swung on, breaking ball, chopped right back to the pitcher. Comes off the mound, he fields it, he side slings it to first, and that is going to retire Okabayashi. It's going to go as a ground out 1-3. It was like a swinging bunt. Drove that ball right into the ground. It was a fastball, but it was of the split finger variety. So 1 in the books here, and that'll bring Seishu Higuchi to the plate. And for Higuchi, well, he doesn't have a batting average. And in fact, doesn't have a hit in his career. He's looking for his first one as he squares to bunt, and he takes a breaking ball for a called strike. The count is 0-1. We're looking at Higuchi's numbers before the game. It's over the parts of 4 seasons. Still looking for his first hit. And what a time to have to face it against when you're getting a guy that can blow 100 by you. As there's a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count's even now at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Right-hander against the left-hander. Fujinami kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. Is grounded over to the right side, and it's going to get past the diving second baseman into right field. A good effort there by Hayashi, but he's unable to come up with it. The ball did have eyes as it got through on him. It was a softly hit ground ball, but Higuchi is going to get high fives all the way around as he collects his first NPB hit. I know, talking to some former big leaguers, when they get off to a slow start, one of the things they talk about is when are they going to get their first hit? And they didn't want to be known as a guy who ended up not getting an opportunity to play, or to get an opportunity to play, but end up not playing because you ended up going over in your major league career. And there are guys that are that way. I can think of a few off the top of my head. Here's the pitch on the way. It's a changeup that misses down and away. The count is 1-0 to Seiya Ubiyashi. So Seiji Ubiyashi last night had 2 of the 3 Dragons hits. He's had a really good season this year. The former Fukuoka SoftBank Hawk hitting .268. He's got 13 homers, 37 RBIs, and a career high in 20 stolen bases. As the right-hander holds to the set and now delivers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count runs even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. Our friend God is Great is in the house. We welcome him back into the stream. Appreciate you for being here. Again, Fujinami working himself into the set position as he gets the sign from his catcher, and he's ready to deliver. Tobashira is behind the plate. And there is a fastball swung on. It is grounded just foul past the bag at first base. Runs the count now to 1-2. If that ball was a little bit if the ball would have been fair, it would have been a good opportunity for the first baseman, Visaedo, just to step right on the bag and possibly turn 2. God is Great says game is on TBS tonight. Oh, that's excellent. It's also, I thought J Sport was also carrying the game tonight too. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is here as the right-hander again works to the set. Here comes the pitch. And it is a breaking ball swung on and missed. There goes the runner down to second. And Higuchi is going to slide in safely. He's going to get himself a stolen base. That's going to be his 5th of the year. Obayashi down on strikes. He's gone for the second out. Looked like it might have been a split finger pitch, which is one of the bread and butter pitches by Fujinami. Fujinami says, is this his first start? Isn't he supposed to be a reliever? He did start when he came to Oakland in Major League Baseball. And of course, the same with Baltimore. But to be fair, he was an absolute gasoline can on the mound. But certainly now at this point here, when I remember seeing him with the Hanshin Tigers, he was working out of the bullpen. So this brings Jason Vossler to the plate. As the pitch is delivered, it's a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to the right side. Visaedo fields it on the backhand. Underhand flips it to Fujinami covering, and that's going to be it. It's going to go as a ground out, 3-1 for the third out of the inning. And the Dragons come away with nothing other than a hit. No runs in the inning, a 1 hit, no errors. And there was 1 runner left aboard. Your score as we now move to the second inning. It is the BayStars 1 and the Dragons no score. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a couple moments on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the second inning, and Dan Visaedo steps in and sees the first pitch from the left-hander Masuba, and he drives this one to deep center field, and this ball is going to be gone. A home run for Visaedo, and that is going to double the lead to 2-0. And the BayStars picking up right where they left off last night. So for Visaedo, it's a home run against his former team and the first of the season for the Yokohama DeNA BayStars. So that is giving the BayStars a early 2-0 lead. And that'll bring up the catcher in Yasutaka Tobashira. So Visaedo with the familiar number 66, but he's wearing a different blue uniform these days. Mid-season acquisition. Doing it in front of the crowd that he called his home crowd for a number of years. I always liked Visaedo's game. I thought he kind of got a bit of a raw deal out of Major League Baseball. There's a breaking ball that misses up and in. Talked a little bit about it last night. I mean, he was the second best player to Jose Abreu, who was a pretty good White Sox. Breaking ball taken for a called strike. Count goes to 1-1 on Tobashira. Tobashira hitting .270 with a couple homers and 6 runs batted in this year. There's a breaking ball swung on its chop foul past the first base coach's box, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Harrison says if the Giants lose, the BayStars be in second place. Just go look at the standings. There's a ground ball hit over to first. Vossler picks it up. He flips it over to the pitcher covering. And that is going to retire Tobashira on a ground out 3-1 for the first out of the inning. So 1 away here. And that is going to bring up the second baseman in Takuma Hayashi. But just to answer your question, Harrison, no, it won't. They're a game and a half behind the Giants at the moment. So a Giant win and a BayStar loss. The BayStars are still in third place. As the first pitch on the way, there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Hayashi. On top of that, the BayStars are still a below 500 team, so to finish in the top 3 and not to make the playoffs. As that breaking ball misses up, it's now 1-1 to Hayashi. And the lefty Matsuba kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul over on the third base side, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, the lefty works himself into the belt and ready to deliver again. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball swung on, grounded right back to the pitcher. Matsuba fields it. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Hayashi on a ground out, 1-3. He's in the books for the second out of the inning, and it's going to bring up the shortstop in Yoda Kyoda. Well, for Kyoda, he's hitting .236 on the season, a homer and 13 RBIs. As Matsuba ready to go again. Kyoda with a very open stance, hitting from the left side. And the pitch on the way is a breaking ball swung on. It's chopped into the ground, grounded over to second. Fielded neatly by Higuchi. He throws to first, and that is going to do it. So after a leadoff home run by Visaedo, the BayStars really go quietly. They had 1 run in the inning. It was that home run by Visaedo. 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're moving to the bottom of the second inning. Your score is the BayStars 2 and the Dragons. No score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit with all the action right after this timeout. Scoreline is 2-0 for the BayStars. We'll be back in just a few right after this musical timeout. Welcome back, everybody. Coming to bat here for the Dragons in their half of the second inning. It'll be Iriyama, Shunta, and Usami to face the right-hander Shintaro Fujinami, who is fairly effective in his first inning of work. The biggest thing that is going to be of note here for Fujinami is, as we talked about at the outset, is going to be the command of his pitches. He has not been very good with regards to his command. And that got him into trouble, especially in Major League Baseball. Even in AAA, his walks were off the charts. As the first pitch on the way is squaring to bunt was Iriyama, and he takes a fastball, which looks like right down the middle, but the umpire called it a ball. So 1 ball and no strikes. Iriyama hitting .204 on the year, a couple homers and 9 runs batted in. As the right-hander Fujinami ready to deliver again. It's a fastball that misses inside, and it hits the umpire in the shin. Well, that ought to get you for not calling the strike for me. So 2 balls and no strikes it is to Iriyama. Defensively tonight for the BayStars, we didn't do it in the first inning. Similar in the outfield to last night. Sano in left, Kuwahara in center, and Ibina in right. As Fujinami delivers a fastball which is swung on and lined into right field for a base hit. And Iriyama is going to be aboard with a leadoff single here to start the bottom of the second. It's going to bring up the left fielder in Shunta. Just to finish off the defensive alignment for the BayStars, around the horn from first to third is Visaedo at first, Hayashi at second. The shortstop is Kyoda with Miyazaki at third, and the battery of Fujinami and Tobashira. Well, Iriyama establishes his lead over at first base. Shunta digging in, batting 167. Did have a pinch hit in last night's ball game. As the first pitch, and Shunta squares to bunt, and he pulls back as the pitch was outside for ball one. Count is 1-0. On the year, only 2 for 12. Our friend Harrison says that the game with the Lions is 5-0. Haven't checked in. We'll check in on the scores a little bit later. Still pretty early around most. The Giants and the Tigers were underway. They got off at the top of the hour. A lot of games actually got going early tonight. There are a couple of later starts. As that fastball misses down and away, the count now is 2-0 to Shunta. So 2 balls and no strikes. We were talking a little bit last night, and I said I enjoyed watching games in Japan. People asked what my favorite stadium was, and the two that I kind of liked the most in a sort of way, obviously, was where Hiroshima plays at the Mazda. And again, they squared a bunt and pulling back to make the count 3-0, 3 balls and no strikes to Shunta. And I liked Hotomoto Field in Kobe for different reasons. The field itself is kind of what I liked in Kobe. Stadium is a little bit old. It used to be the home of the Oryx Buffaloes. Of course, the Oryx Blue Wave. The Oryx Buffaloes play, I think it's 4 or 5 series or 6 series there every year. Fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-1 on Shunta. Harrison says Oryx has fallen a bit. Yeah, they're struggling. They got off to that really hot start, and then they had faded a bit, but I still think they're going to make the playoffs. RJ says Sankey's really pitched well against the Giants this year, but the Giants have already got 5 hits across 2 1/3. And there's a fastball swung on. The runner's on the move. This is going to be chopped through the 4-hole into right field. Going all the way around to third is Iriyama. Safe at first on the single is Shunta, and that's got something brewing here for the Dragons in the second inning. Back-to-back singles here by the Nagoya-based club, and that's going to bring Shingo Asami to the plate. And for Asami, we're getting into the territory here. The bottom 4 hitters in the Dragons lineup. Shunta hitting 167, Usama hitting $160, Matsuba hitting $143, and Tsuchida hitting at 143. And you top it off with the 2-hole hitter that didn't have an average coming in, forget the season in his career. It's a pretty ugly looking offense that the Dragons have rolled out here tonight. RJ says could be the game that the Giants could crack them, could unlock that switch. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Psyche certainly had a good start to the year. Here comes the first offering, and it is a fastball ticket for a call strike. Count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Asami. That last pitch was at 96 on the gun. I have to tell you, it doesn't look like a fast 96. I'm not sure what it is about Fujinami's pitches, but I'd like to be the one holding the gun. Just saying. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. As it's on its way, there is a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. They do have the first and third defense set up as the catcher, Tobashiro, goes out, flashes the signs. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Asami. Kind of wondering here, if this was Shinjo, I'd be thinking bunt in this situation, at least the very minimum of a safety squeeze. Get that other runner over to second base. The pitcher is due up next. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And there is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. Count now goes to 1-2 on Asami. Interesting lineup the Dragons rolled out. They had the pitcher batting 8th. I was saying before the game, I kind of like that. I might want to backtrack on that, knowing that he's coming up to bat here with 2-1 and potentially only 1 out. RJ says that they have better options. I think they do. I think they've left some guys on the bench tonight. There's a split finger pitch swung on his chop softly down the third baseline, but it's going to go roll foul. And the count remains at 1-2. Well, I think of the lineups tonight, guys that are in the lineup and guys that are not. Like Okabayashi's in the lineup. He's a regular. I'm a little surprised that Seiya Hosokawa gets the day off today. I mean, you bring him back after the game last night. Maybe we see him later as a defensive player. Kenta Bright, he's been playing off and on, but certainly he would be Hosokawa in the lineup. That's the first one that stands out. He's a regular, usually in the 3-4 type spot. There's a fastball swung on, is grounded over to short. The runner on first was on the move. The only play is going to be to first, and the Dragons are going to cash a run in. It's going to go as a ground out, 6-3. Usami's gone for the first out. Shunta safe at second. Iriyama scores the run, and the Dragons have broken the ice and cut the lead to 2-1. And that'll bring up the pitcher in Takahiro Matsuba. So a good piece of decision-making, putting the runner in motion. And a good piece by the batter there, Usami, to get the bat on the ball. So 2-1 is the scoreline. But, when you think about it, RJ, as he asked the question about the offense or their better options, they didn't have many answers last night when they only got 3 hits. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count's on 1 to Matsuba. Matsuba's hitting 143, so his average entering tonight's game was as good or better than 2 of his other teammates. And you think about it, the leadoff hitter with Okabayashi hitting 271 and Umbiyashi hitting 268. Everything else is down from there. There's a fastball that misses. Count runs even at 1-1. And our friend Harrison says this is what he remembers from Fuji. Yeah, if you were a Mets fan, could leave your stomach rumbling, that's for sure. So the right-hander ready to go, and he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to third. Oh, what a great play by Miyazaki. Fields it, does a full 360, and throws to first. And Matsuba is going to feel a little bit snake-bitten on that one. It'll be a ground out, 5-3. Shunta's going to have to hold at second. And that is going to bring up the shortstop in Aruki Tsuchida. Well, I'll take that one step further and say that even though he hit the ball hard and it was a great play by the third baseman, it didn't advance the runner over. So no high fives in the dugout for him. Seeing that Matsuba's a left-handed hitter, all he needed to do is roll it over and you're 90 feet away from the plate. Friend RJ says the MLB experience didn't mean all too much. Yeah, it's interesting sometimes with players when you just can't teach that arm speed. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. The count is 0-1. And you can't really walk away from guys who throw upwards of 100 miles an hour. You always are hoping that you can unlock something with them, even if it's they hit their head on their way out of bed one night or one morning. Something all aligns properly. I remember we had a player a number of years ago who was sitting on about 84, 85 and serves up a home run in inner squad as there was a breaking ball swung on and missed. The count's 0-2. And the next thing you know, he's sitting at 88, 89. And we're like, well, what did you do? He's like, I didn't do anything. Couldn't believe it. And he came over, talked to the scouts who had their guns with him. And they were like, yeah, you finished up at 88, 89. Whatever you do, keep doing it. And that's certainly what you would see in Fujinami. You hope that maybe he can unlock the switch. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count goes to 1-2 strikes on Tsuchida. And you never know. You never know what somebody might end up showing up and being able to do. That's the crazy part of this game. And on top of it, maybe it ends up being that the player all of a sudden, he talks to somebody, he changes his grip, he tries a couple of things to experiment. And the next thing you know, it All works out for him. Here's the 0-2. Split finger pitch misses down. The runner at second. Shinto was getting a little excited. That was a split finger pitch. It's going to run the count now to 2-2. Harrison said he saw him in Mets camp and he gave him a ball before his inter-squad outing. I'm sure if you would have stood on the other side of the home run fence, he might have given you a couple more balls. And there's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And that is going to do it. Sachita's down on strikes. He's out for out number 3. And that will do it here for the Dragons in their half of the inning. 1 run in the inning on the benefit of 2 hits. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We're through 2 complete. It is the BayStars 2 and the Dragons 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call of the top of the 3rd inning in just a couple of moments after this musical timeout.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters to come to bat here for the BayStars, and that means Fujinami, Ibina, and Kuwahara to come to bat here in inning number 3. RJ said, did the speed increase last consistently, or was it a short term? No, the speed stayed right there with him. Whatever he did stayed right there with him and ended up getting himself drafted. So there's a fastball taken for called strike. The count is 0-1. That player ended up in the Angels organization. He was traded to the Cubs. And there's a breaking ball that misses down. I had friends in other organizations that said that when they looked at their pro scouting, when they do the minor league players evaluation, they felt that he would play in the big leagues one day. And there's a breaking ball swung on and grounded foul. Count goes to 1-2. He ended up flaming out at AAA, but for those of you who don't know, he had thoracic outlet syndrome, which is where you lose touch in the feelings of your fingertips when you're pitching. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-2. And for a pitcher, that's really important. If you can't feel the ball coming out of your fingers because you got some problems with your nerve endings, you don't know where the ball's going, that could be a huge issue. And there is a breaking ball that is swung on and missed, and Fujinami is gone for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that'll bring up the top of the order in Tetsuo Ibina. And so he got to AAA, and he never got to the big leagues. And it was so close, but yet so far for some guys. Well, that brings Ibina to the plate, who is 1 for 1 tonight. He doubled and scored the first run of the ball game for the BayStars in the first inning. As the lefty is ready to go, the pitch on the way is a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Bina raised his average to 280 with that knock in the first inning. He's got 4 homers and 24 RBIs. Yeah, if you go and look at Fujinami's AAA numbers with the Mariners this year, as there's a fastball taken for a called strike, counts 1-1, they were pretty scary. Same thing. It was, you pitched 20 innings and gave up 17 walks. There's a fastball swung on and fouled straight back. Counts 1-2 to Ibina. And you need pitchers to come in and throw strikes. You need to throw hard, but you need to throw strikes. I was watching the ending of the Tigers and the Twins tonight. The Twins pitching staff threw about 220 pitches in that ball game, and they walked 9 batters. There's the 1-2 pitch. There's a fastball swung on his lift softly into left field. Coming in and making a beautiful catch on the run is the left fielder Shunta. He had to get on his horse and come a long way. He was able to haul that one in for the second out of the inning. So Bina gone, and that'll bring up the center fielder in Masayuki Kuwahara. Well, for Kuwahara, he is 1 for 1 tonight. He had a single his first trip to the dish. Has the left-hander ready to go, so Matsuba getting the signs. And he's been very economical, has the lefty. Only 29 pitches so far, is with 2 out in the third. And there's pitch number 30, ground ball. And it's going to get past the diving shortstop underneath Suchida's glove into left field. And Kuwahara is going to pick himself up his second hit of the night. Base hit there, and that'll bring up the left fielder in Kaida Sano. RJ said Casey Mize was pretty good today. He doesn't remember him getting that many strikeouts in a game before. I don't know what his final strikeout tally was, but he went, I think, 6 1/3 innings. And I have to say, looking at that Twins lineup, but I didn't look at it tightly, but boy, that's an ugly-looking lineup right now after the deadline. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count's 1-0 to Sano. Keep your eye on Kuwahara here. This could be a good opportunity for him to run, get himself into scoring position. Sano 0 for 1 tonight, grounded into the double play that brought home the first run. Well, the Dragons had the similar idea that I did as they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner Kuwahara. RJ said 10 Ks in 6 1/3. Yeah, he's had some double-digit punch-outs this year. He's had a very good season. Again, they throw over to first base, and again, diving back is the runner Kuwahara. Will Wood's in the house tonight. He says, tuning in. Awesome main card in the UFC. Yeah, some of the fellas were giving us an update a little bit earlier as the 1-0 is on the way. There's a fastball swung on it, is driven into straightaway center field. Backing up on it is Okabayashi. He's in front of the warning track, and he makes the catch. And that is going to do it, as Sano's going to be gone for the third out of the inning. And that will do it here for the BayStars in their half of inning number 3. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the third inning, it is the BayStars 2 and the Dragons 1. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with all the action right after this timeout.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPC baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got some out-of-town scores for you. The other game we're keeping an eye on in the Central League at the Tokyo Dome. It is in the top of the fourth inning. The Tigers and the Giants are locked at zeros. Over in the Pacific League, it is a 5-0 lead for the Lions over the Buffaloes at the Kyocera Dome in Osaka. That's in the top of the fourth. And in the top of the fifth inning, it's 0-0 Hawks and Marines. That's games going on at the PayPay Dome. Other games are later starts tonight. And that will be the Eagles and the Fighters and the Carp and the Swallows. Well, the top of the order is Yuki Okabayashi. He comes in here to lead it off, as it'll be Higuchi and Ubiyashi to follow. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0 to Okabayashi. So 1 ball and no strikes. Right-hander against the left-hander. Okabayashi tonight grounded back to the pitcher his first time up. As the pitch on the way is fastball, take it for a called strike. Sometimes I'm not sure if it's a breaking ball or not because I don't always get the look at it. The first pitch may have been a split finger, and that definitely was. Pitches come in fairly firm, but they drop at the last moment. Here's the 1-1 pitch. There is another splitter that drops in for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. I do welcome everybody who has jumped in tonight to listen. If you're just joining us, it is a 2-1 BayStar lead here in the bottom half of inning number 3. As the right-hander delivers, there's a fastball swung on, chopped over to second, fielded neatly by Hayashi. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Okabayashi on a ground out, 4-3. So 1 in the books here, and that'll bring up the second baseman in Seishu Higuchi. Well, for Higuchi, he now has a batting average. He is 1 for 13 on the year. He had that single in the first inning. He also stole a base. So that is his first career NPB hit. So a good night for him and a good job by the manager of the Dragons to insert him into the lineup. And there's a first pitch fastball that is taken for a called strike, counted as 0-1. He said that was the split finger variety. It's got that depth to it. So no balls and 1 strike as the right-hander delivers again, and there's a breaking ball that misses outside. And the count goes to 1-1. Harrison asked the question, does Fuji have a limit tonight? In his last knee gun start or second team start, he went 69 pitches over 3 1/3 innings, and there is a breaking ball that misses inside. Squaring to bunt was Higuchi, but he pulled back, and it's going to now make the count 2 balls and 1 strike. So right now, Fujinami's at 40 pitches. My guess would be is they generally would increase him by about 15 pitches per start. Now, he hasn't pitched in 11 days, so he might have had a side session to extend him a little bit more. So my guess is there's probably 85 pitches tonight, as there is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's speculation, of course. I don't know what's in the mind of the Dragons brass. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. And there is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into center field. He started in on it was Kuwahara, and then he had to back up into left center. And now he's going to be able to make the grab, and that is going to retire Higuchi for the second out of the inning. And you got to think, too, the bullpen last night really wasn't taxed by the BayStars. It wasn't like they were bringing in their closer and their back-end, high-end relievers. So I would think tonight they could relay it out, especially with the day off tomorrow. Be a chance to empty the tank. If you can keep a lead here and pass it off in the 6th inning, one would think that the BayStars should have the ability to bring it home. First pitch swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1 to Umbiyashi. No, I meant the Dragons brass for inserting that player into the lineup tonight. So that's as per your thoughts on that. That's what we think. It was good decision-making there. And here comes the pitch from Fujinami. Again, squaring to bunt. But taking that for a strike is Umbiyashi, and the count now goes to 1-2. They've been doing that a lot to Fujinami. I wonder if the book on him is if you stick the bat out and pretend like you're squaring to bunt, that he starts to throw the ball all over the place. Maybe that's their thought process. I guess we'll have to wait and see. So no balls and 2 strikes to Umbiyashi. He struck out his first time up 0 for 1 in this one as the right-hander delivers again. Fastball misses up and away, and the count goes to 1-2. So a ball and 2 strikes. Again, the right-hander works himself into the set position. Here comes the 1-2 on its way. It is a split-figure pitch swung on and grounded foul past the first base coach's box. Count remains at 1-2. And we've said this before in the streams. Generally, rule of thumb is you want 15 pitches per inning. That's usually what a goal of a pitcher would be. It's going to ebb and flow differently. But usually that's kind of the mark. You want to be around 15 per inning. And certainly Fujinami right now is flirting with that. This is going to be the 47th pitch of the ball game as the 1-2 is on the way. Fastball swung on and missed, and that is going to retire Umbiashi on strikes for the second time tonight, and he's gone for the third out of the inning. It's only the third strikeout recorded by Fujinami, but he does the job as we are a third of the way through the ball game. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We're moving to the top of the fourth. That is the BayStars 2 and the Dragons 1. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel for more action brought to you from the Central League. We'll be right back after this.
Oh, hello. Oh, hey. Yep. I'm just sitting here listening to Freddie call another game here on YouTube. Oh, yeah, going really good. He's calling a great game. Really exciting. Lots of stuff going on. You're lucky it's commercial break right now. I got a second. Oh, yeah, of course I'm having a cold one. Oh, yeah, got plenty of videos coming up this week. You should stop in, check them out, leave a like, tell other people. But, Freddie's coming back. I got to go catch the game. I will check in with you later. You have a good night, buddy. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. The line score so far in this one is 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the BayStars, 1-3-0 for the Dragons. And it is going to be Miyazaki, Visayedo, and Tobashira to come to bat here in the fourth. Only 32 pitches for the lefty so far in his first 3 innings of work. Hardly has had to break a sweat as he faces Miyazaki here for the second time. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count's 1-0. Miyazaki 0 for 1 tonight, flew out to right field his first time up. As he waits on the offering from the lefty, delivers a breaking ball that misses up and away, and the count is 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Again, the lefty working at a pretty quick clip. Delivers a breaking ball that Miyazaki screws himself into the ground on, and it's now 2 balls and 1 strike. BayStars got the lead in the first inning. They added to it in the second. The Dragons came back with a run of their own in the second. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is going to be lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And Miyazaki's going to be aboard with a leadoff single here. And that is going to bring up the first baseman in Dan Visayedo. So for Visayedo, the former Dragon hit his first home run of the season in the second inning to add to the lead here for Yokohama. A shrewd pickup by the BayStars. As Visayedo here steps up to the plate with a runner on first and nobody gone. If he's going to come back and haunt his former team, this would be the time to do it. And here comes the first pitch from the lefty Matsuba, and it is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. I was saying before, I really liked Visayedo when he was with the White Sox, but he unfortunately got pushed out by Abreu, and then nobody picked him up as their breaking ball misses down, and the count's 1-1. And had some pretty productive years with the Dragons. Unfortunately, the Dragons didn't have a whole lot to go around him. So 1 ball and 1 strike as the right-handed hitting Visayedo waits, and the pitch on the way is a fastball swung on, and it's lifted foul right behind home plate, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Came in on the hands with him, and it looked like it was almost like a cutter that he was throwing. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as again Visayedo. As the pitch is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 1-2. Harrison asked if Mike Ford's played in these games lately. I didn't see Ford in the lineup. He didn't play last night. And so how much he's been used, I really don't know. It's a good question. I can also take a peek here and looking at the game sheet. He is on the game sheet, so he is on the bench tonight, as is Tyler Austin. As the 1-2 pitch is on the way, it's a breaking ball that misses down. Just taking a look to see what other base star would be in there. I don't see Rowan Wick's name. I don't know if he's going to be out for a bit or not, as it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wick was having himself a really fine season. The microscopic ERA out of the pen. Breaking ball misses outside. It's now 3-2 to Visayedo. So I'll be curious to see if they would put Miyazaki in motion here with Visayedo at the plate, maybe to stay out of the double play potential. Friend Harrison pumped a fist, saying that the Tigers are on the board. As the 3-2 pitch on its way. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded softly foul over on the third base side. Keeps the count at 3-2. I don't know. This would usually be the week I cross paths with Rowan's dad if he's in town. Rowan's dad usually stops by one of our programs. I didn't see him last year. We used to referee basketball together, so I'm sure I'll get an update before I leave for Taiwan. Exactly how he's making out. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. On its way, there's a fastball swung on. This ball's lined into center field for a base hit. And the BayStars are going to play station-to-station baseball as Miyazaki's going to stop at second. Visayedo with his second hit of the night. He's at first, and that's going to bring up the catcher in Yasutaka Tobashira. Well, for Tobashira, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded his first time up. That was a good piece of hitting there by Visayedo to stay on top of that ball. He also stayed inside the ball pretty well. So we get a look at that replay there. I have to say, Visayedo is in decent shape. He's in better shape than I would have anticipated. I thought he might have thickened out a little bit more and everything else, but he looks like he's kept himself in pretty good shape at this point. And they do a spaghetti move, and making his way back to second base is Tobashira. And our friend Harrison with the update of the Tigers says it's now 2-0. So here comes the offering from the lefty. Kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Tobashira. With the bottom part of the order coming up, you'd like to think with 2 guys on, you're going to cash at least 1 run in with nobody out. And I can maybe understand why they're not squaring to bunt here, because it gets a little bit ugly on the back end of the BayStars lineup here tonight. As the 0-1 pitch ready to come to Tobashira, and the pitch is a fastball that misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-1. I would think the Dragons bullpen will be on high alert after the 5th inning here with the lefty on the hill. Not that he has been particularly bad tonight, but he's always had somebody on in every inning. It's not gone particularly easy as the lefty holds again to the set. Now delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. It has popped up over on the left side of the infield. Infield fly rule is in effect as the third baseman, Itayama, makes the catch. And that's going to retire Tobashira. So he's gone for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the second baseman in Takuma Hayashi. I could also understand maybe why they wouldn't have bunted in that situation. It's not like Miyazaki and Visayedo run particularly well. They would be more interested in the lead runner, and Miyazaki is not that fleet of foot. RJ says the score now is 3-0, 6-0 for the Lions. Yeah, the Lions are running away with that one. And here comes the pitch. A slow breaking ball swung on. Another one popped up. This is behind home plate, giving chase, but that one is going to hit the netting. And Usami's not going to be able to make the catch on that one. It's going to be 0-1 here to Hayashi. So 2, I guess, pretty putrid swings from the BayStars here in their last 2 swings. Either that's pointing it directly at the hitters of the BayStars or the pitching of Matsuba, who was able to induce some weak contact. So here comes the 0-1 offering as the lefty works to the set. He checks the runners and now delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right field. Moving over toward the foul line and making the catch is Umbiashi, tagging at second, but holding at second is the runner Miyazaki, and that's going to retire Hayashi for the second out of the inning. So 2 at-bats that were unproductive by the BayStars. The infield fly rule for one on a shallow fly ball to right field cannot get the runner over to third. And Matsuba is looking like he's going to wiggle himself out of this jam, as it is going to bring Yota Kyoto to the plate. Well, for Kyoto, he could play a bit of a hero here. He entered the game hitting 236 with a homer and 13 RBIs. He is definitely not a run producer or expected to be one. Therefore, his glove mainly in the infield as the lefty holds to the set position, checks the runners, and now delivers. There's a fastball that's center cut for a called strike. Count is 0-1. They had him set up away, and it was way too good a pitch. Matsuba had missed the pitch right over the plate. I think if you ask Kyoto, he might want that one back. So no balls and 1 strike it is as the lefty again works himself to the set. And here comes the pitch. There's a fastball swung on, and it's lifted foul over the third base dugout, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. On deck is the pitcher Shintaro Fujinami. I guess maybe that would have been why they wouldn't have bunted in that situation, because you're looking at if they would have bunted, Tobashira or Hayashi, maybe they figured they got to take their chances with these hitters and then would have set up a walk to Kyoto to face Fujinami, but who knows? Breaking ball misses down and away. At least that would have been my advanced thinking on it, or forward thinking. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Kyoto. Again, the lefty getting his sign as he nods in agreement with Usami. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. Checks the runners again. Delivery on the way. It is a breaking ball missing down and away, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And for those of you who are around us, I'm not sure if we're going to do anything tomorrow. I might take tomorrow off. We're going to do some Major League games on Monday, Tuesday, and then we're going to go dark for a bit, as we will be in Taiwan for a couple of weeks. So hopefully you guys can check it out when we come back. I'll try to do a few videos, maybe do a couple updates while I'm in Taiwan. There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count now goes full to Kyoto at 3-2. But Matsuba really wanted that pitch, but he didn't get it. I have to say, pretty ecstatic and pretty happy to want to get there, and hopefully there won't be any typhoons hitting the island. So 3 balls and 2 strikes as Kyoto again waits as the lefty holds set. And here comes the offering as the pitch is on its way. It is a fastball swung on and missed. Kyoto's retired on strikes. He's gone for the 3rd out of the inning. And you got to tip your hat to Matsuda. He got himself in trouble, and he wiggled himself out. No runs in the inning. There were a pair of hits. There were no errors, and 2 runners left the board. The score as we move to the bottom of the 4th. It is the BayStars with a 2-1 lead over the Dragons. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. We were talking a little bit earlier about the Chunichi Dragons and what better options they may have on the bench as Fujinami is completing his tune-up tosses. And that is a big question. Some of the other players, like Kenta Bright's hitting 267 on the year, but he doesn't have much pop in the stick. Orlando Calixte hitting 227, getting a lot of opportunities, not making the most of it. Michael Chavis has hit 3 home runs in his short time in Japan, but he's batting below the Mendoza line. And, you just look at the different guys that they roll out. Hosokawa hitting 257. He's got 11 bombs. He leads the team, but there isn't much other power. Oh, sorry, he's second behind Ubiashi and just ahead of Vossler. There isn't too many other options that you can have. It is the heart of the order that's coming to bat for the Dragons here, and that means it's going to be Vossler, Itayama, and Shunta. As the first pitch on the way here from Fujinami is a split finger pitch missing down and away for ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes. Vossler 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded out to first base his first time up. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Right-hander Fujinami making his first start in a BayStar uniform. The 1-1 on the way, and it is a breaking ball missing down and in, and the count now goes to 2-1. Our friend earlier, Harrison, was asking about the pitch count, and I speculated probably 85 would be the number I would throw out there. And I would say that, if he gets through 5 innings, they might pat him on the back and call it a night. There's a breaking ball that catches the inside corner, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Vossler. Vossler has been productive and consistent for the Dragons. As the 2-2 pitch is on the way, there's a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 3-2. One of the things I will say is that the Dragons, unless they start developing some players and getting some guys that are regulars in the lineup, homegrowns, and then their decisions of who they sign. For a while, the Dragons were really Latin friendly. As the 3-2 is on the way, there's a split finger pitch and misses down. They appealed to the third base umpire, but they said that Vossler didn't go. That's going to be a base on balls. And that is the first walk issued tonight by Fujinami. So Vossler aboard to lead off the inning here, and that'll bring up the third baseman in Yutaro Itayama. For Itayama, he's raised his average to 210 on the year. He had a single and scored the only run for the Dragons tonight. As he bats here with nobody out in the 4th and Vossler aboard at first. As the Dragons left-handed hitting third baseman waits, and he swings at a first pitch, split finger pitch that is fouled away, and the count is 0-1. Another thing I would think about too, if I was Fujinami and just watching him pitch, not only throwing his fastball, but maybe stop leaning on your split finger so much. Maybe honing your four seam a little bit more and being able to work the 4 quadrants of the zone better. That's just in watching him pitch right here. I don't know if he can command one side of the plate, let alone 2 sides, let alone all 4 quadrants. Here's the pitch. It's a split finger that misses down, and the count now goes even at 1-1. And also, too, the way he grips the split finger pitch is a little different. It's almost like he's gripping it over one side or one seam, as opposed to maybe traditionally as if you would widen your fingers out on a 2-seamer. So his ball does move with that pitch a little differently. And there's another split finger that is swung on and missed. The count now goes to 1-2. And the ball does have some depth to it. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Itayama. The Dragons supporters are cheering for their hometown heroes. And here comes the 1-2 offering as the right-hander kicks and fires. It's a fastball that's down. It gets all the way to the backstop. Vossler makes his way to second. It's going to be retrieved by the catcher, Tobashira. But that's going to move Vossler into scoring position. Well, that's the other part of the game of Fujinami that we hadn't talked about, the wild pitches. As he throws that one in the dirt and it went all the way to the backstop. Almost hit the batter, actually. We look at that one again, came inside, really backed him off the plate. And Tobashira, that was that split finger pitch that this time he wasn't even, looked like he was right over the seam. But a really odd grip. Runs the count now to 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the right-hander of the BayStars leans in, gets the sign. Nobody out here. The runner at second now as he checks the runner, Vossler. And now delivers. There's a breaking ball that misses outside. It's now run full. So 3-2 to Idiyama. That's another thing that we haven't seen tonight, but it's now starting to rear its ugly head. Back-to-back hitters that Fujinami has run full to. We're talking about not being economical in his pitches. Certainly in the North American side, that can be said. Well, tonight he's been pretty decent for the most part. As the 3-2 on the way, it is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And Idiyama swung at ball 4, but he screws himself into the ground for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the left fielder, Shunta. And for Shunta tonight, well, he's 1 for 1. He had a single his first trip up. He raised his season average to 231. He's 3 for 13. As we said tonight, he's getting an opportunity to play. He pinched hit last night and getting the nod to start tonight. So Shunta steps in, batting from the left side against Fujinami as the first pitch is on the way. It's a fastball that misses up and away. When the count is 1-0 to Shunta. Vossler, the runner at second. 1 gone here in the last half of the 4th inning. Dragons looking to try to tie this game up. As Fujinami works himself into the set position. Here's the 1-0. And it is that looked like it was a changeup taken for a called strike. Took a lot off that pitch. But no, it was actually a breaking ball. It didn't really break too much. Kind of hard to tell the difference between his breaking ball and his split finger pitch. The only difference is the spin of the ball, but the movement is very, very similar. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Shunta. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses down and in, and it's now 2 balls and 1 strike. That ball looked like it was destined to go to the backstop as well. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Shunta. Shingu Usami waiting his turn on deck. As it is 1 out here for the Dragons in their half of inning number 4. Again, Fujinami getting his sign. And they're jockeying with Vossler to keep him close at second base. They don't want him to score on a base hit. There's the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded back to the pitcher, Fujinami. His only play is going to be to first, and safe is the call as Shunta gets through the base. I think they're going to go have a look at this one. They're going to rule that as a hit. Fujinami came off the bag. He fielded it. The third baseman, Miyazaki, was coming to make the play, and he had no chance at third base because, well, Miyazaki had come to field the ball. And so we're going to get a chance to see if that is the case. We're looking at the replay ourselves. Oof. I'm going to have to see that in a little slower version to see if they're going to make the play. The one thing is that where Visayedo caught the ball, he caught it really deep. Well, it doesn't look like they're going to challenge this one, as it looks like that is going to be a single. It's ruled a hit here for Shunta. That puts runners at the corners, and it's going to bring Usami to the plate. So Usami tonight 0 for 1, but he drove in the first and only run for the Dragons on a ground out back in the 2nd inning. So a very similar situation with runners on the corners. Vossler, the runner at third, Shunta, the runner at first. Fujinami works himself to the set. Here comes the pitch. And it is a split finger pitch that drops in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike it is. Dragons, I guess it's going to be now or never. If you're going to get the Fujinami, this is the time to do it. So no balls and 1 strike. I was saying again about Fujinami with the split fingers and the breaking balls, just go after the hitters and let's see what they can do with you. There's a fastball swung on, is grounded to third. Miyazaki to second for 1, back to first, and it's going to be an inning-ending double play, and that's one way to get out of the inning is it roll them over. So it's a 5-4-3 double play. Shinta gone for the second out of the inning. Usami on the trail side. And they strand and waste a golden opportunity to the Dragons to get some more, or to get another run. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and only 1 left aboard. Your scores, we're now through 4 complete. It is the BayStars 2 and the Dragons 1. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit with all the action. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the 5th inning, and slated to come to bat is the 9, 1, and 2 hitters in the batting order for the BayStars. That means Fujinami, Abina, and Kuwahara. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled if it is going to be Fujinami coming out to hit, or if they are going to make the move at this point. I would think that they want to try to get 6 innings out of him before they start passing the torch to the bullpen. But we'll never know until he comes to bat right here, or if we are going to get a pinch hitter. So Matsuba tonight, as signs of trouble have come almost in every inning, as it is going to be Fujinami coming to bat. 55 pitches for the lefty through his 4 innings. Fujinami is one of those guys, as he takes a fastball for a called strike. Count is quickly 0-1. He is a big presence at the plate. I think he stands at like 6'6" or 6'7". By Japanese standards, that is quite large. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes even to 1-1. I remember when I was in Asakusa, there was a police officer that was absolutely massive. As there's a fastball swung on, it is lifted foul down the right field line, and it's going to slice its way into the seats, and the count is 1-2. I could have sworn the guy must have been 6'8". And certainly by Japanese standards, when you see somebody of that stature and size, you do a double take, because there are not a lot of folks in Japan that are this size. There's a breaking ball down, the appeal over to the first base umpire, but he says that Fujinami didn't go, and the count is 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, the lefty kicks and fires. There's a fastball swung. That's a pretty good hack there by Fujinami. And the count is 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're keeping our eyes on the scores out of town. The Giants are on the board. Bottom of the 5th inning, it's a 3-1 ball game now against the Tigers. And after spotting the Lions a 6-0 lead, the Buffaloes have stormed back with 4 runs on their own. As there is a fastball swung on and missed by Fujinami, and he's going to walk back to the dugout for the first out of the inning. So 1 gone here. And that is going to bring up the top of the order in Tetsuo Ibina. And the other game at the PayPay Dome, it is the Marines and the Hawks locked at 0s. That is in the 7th inning. Well, Ibina comes to the plate. He is 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single and 2 trips. It was a double in the first inning, and he came around to score the first run for the BayStars. As the pitch on the way is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. BayStars also flew out to left field tonight in his other trip. As the lefty now kicks and delivers, there's a fastball that misses inside, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, the lefty Matsuba delivers. It's a breaking ball, waved at and missed. The count now goes to 1-2. Matsuba has yet to have a clean inning so far. At least one runner has reached base in every inning so far tonight. Again, the lefty works himself to the belt. And here comes the 1-2. Pitch on the way, and it comes inside, and it looks like it is hit. The batter, BayStars, oh boy, 1-2, and he looks like he nails him. He's going to need a little assistance here. Looked like it may have got him right on the top of the foot. Nope, it didn't. Sorry, that's my mistake. I thought he got him on the foot. No, it got him on the outside of the knee. Oof. And then it deflected down, but if BayStars is going to slowly walk off, they're going to go and have a look at him. As they do in Japan, they'll take him down under the tunnel and they go and have a look, but he's going to be hit by a pitch. If anything, it'll be that. He's certainly in a little bit of pain. I don't know if it was the best job of getting out of the way or trying to at least turn. You got to sell that a little bit better. So Matsuba is going to play catch here with his catcher while they wait for the decision on BayStars if he's coming back into the game. It'll be a tough spot to be in here because just taking a look, I was looking at the roster at the bench players for the BayStars. The options for the outfielders, Kamisato is on the bench. Yoshi Satsugo is also available, as is Kajiwara. And my guess would be, I don't know if they would put Satsugo in there or if they would consider Koki Kajiwara instead. A little bit more defensively, certainly with Kajiwara. Look at that replay again, and he didn't even move it. Just where it got him was just below the knee. And if you get it in the right spot on the calf, that can really, really tighten up, can really hurt. That is where we're at right now here, and we'll wait for the decision to be made on BayStars. Looks like there's a few people that are enjoying a laugh in the dugout. I'm sure he's not laughing down the tunnel. As the manager, Miura, goes down to see the situation. Tyler Austin is on the bench. Mike Ford and others having a pretty interesting conversation. Lots of smiles all the way around. Austin getting the night off tonight. He had a rough night at the plate last night. He picked up a sombrero. He was 0 for 4 in the ball game. Now that's why they're laughing, because they've got it's the third base coach that has offered up his helmet for Austin. As Matsuba continues to throw and we continue to wait. So injury timeout here. As BayStars, as they make a decision, what is going to happen here? Miura still waiting here. The batter, Kuwahara, ready to go. Sano moving himself on deck. But are we going to have a pinch runner or not? That would be the million-dollar question, so to speak. And so for Fujinami, he is normally, pitchers are pretty quiet. They sit and they talk by themselves, everything else. But Fujinami, he's up and he's sharing in the laugh with everybody else. I can't see that he won't be not coming back out for the next half inning if they let him bat here in the 5th. So hang tight, everybody. We're going to be back here. You're falling asleep, Harrison, and so are we, as there's an injury timeout. We'll be back in 30 seconds right after this.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. BayStars has come back out to run, so there you have our answer. He will stay in the game. It'll be Kuwahara coming to bat, who is 2 for 2 tonight. And just like that, they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the runner, BayStars. Funny, you see that sometimes. A guy gets hit. He looks like he's been shot. He goes in underneath like he is death warmed over, and then he tries to steal the base. So that is certainly something that you got to keep your eye on. As the pitch is a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Our friend God is Great says, now teach golf. Yeah, there you go. I got a cool picture when I was in Tokyo, and it was an interesting sign. It said, sorry, we don't speak English, and we can't deal with you. And it was a golf instruction school. As the 1-0 is on the way, it's a fastball swung on and fouled away. And I can completely agree. It's really, really hard. We had a Korean boy in our program probably about 6 years ago. And the kid, very talented. He would have been 12, turning 13. Threw the ball really hard, could play quite a bit. But his English was not very good, and it was hard to teach. There's a breaking ball that catches the inside corner. Just misses a lot of the nuances. It's a common theme with the coaches in the minor leagues or at the professional level in Major League Baseball. If you can't communicate with the Latin players, if your Spanish isn't good enough to communicate and to give instructions, it makes it hard. Hard for those players to understand, hard for those players to do things. As the 1-2 pitch coming here, it's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into right field, slicing, and this ball is going to land just foul. Oh boy, giving chase was Umbiashi. I'm not sure he would have got it had that ball landed fair. But Kuwahara keeps the count at 1-2. Kuwahara's had a couple hits tonight. In fact, he's had 2 of the 6 hits for the Yokohama Ball Club. So 1 ball and 2 strikes here against the lefty Matsuba. As the lefty ready to go back at it again. He gets the signs, and certainly from his catcher as he works himself to the set position. And here comes the 1-2. And again, they throw over to first base. Oh, diving back. Just in time there was BayStars. Keeping their eye on BayStars. I wonder if they'll put him in motion here at some point, as it is a 1-2 count. Again, the lefty works himself to the set position. Here comes the 1-2. As the pitch is on the way, it's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2-2 to Kuwahara. Kaita Sano waiting his turn on deck. 1 gone here in the 5th inning. Runner BayStars is at first. And the lefty Matsuba now up to 70 pitches. It's gone away on him here in the last couple innings. There's a breaking ball that misses down. Good take there by Kuwahara. Running the count to 3-2. And this would be the action pitch that we were kind of talking about. I wonder if BayStars, they would put him in motion here. The minimum to stay out of the double play. So Matsuba grinding it out here against the BayStars. Again, working himself into the set position. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball swung on. The runner was in motion as we anticipated. Ball was grounded foul over on the third base side. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes it remains. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is. I haven't quite figured out what the reasoning is for the scoring. They have like rankings of people contributing to the chat. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. There's a fastball that misses inside. It's going to be ball 4. The runner was on the move, but Kuwahara is going to get himself a walk. It's the third time tonight he has reached base. Ibina is going to move to second, and it's going to bring the left fielder Kaida Sano to the plate. For Sano tonight, he is 0 for 2. He is grounded into a double play and flown to center. And certainly the Dragons would be hoping for the one of those two to occur again. As we said, we were talking earlier before of options possibly for the Dragons. Well, you'd have to think that Hosokawa would come up for the Dragons off of the bench, and they've got a lot of firepower here for the BayStars tonight. I would think that in the latter part of the game, we could see a number of players. There's a fastball that misses. Couldn't have been low, had to be outside to Sano, and the count is 1-0. We'll get a look at the replay on that one. Oh, although it did show like it was low on the other angle that we got, so I know the pitcher didn't like that. So 1 ball and no strikes. As again, he works to the belt, now delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on and is grounded foul over on the first base side. Our friend RJ says he appreciates the commentary, but he's going to have to tap out and call it a night. Well, we thank you, RJ, for listening in. It has been a entertaining affair, certainly a better game than last night up to this point, more competitive between the two teams. But we thank you for stopping in. Monday, Tuesday will be Major League Baseball on the channel. Giants and the Padres again, so hopefully you guys can stop by for some of that. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball swung on it, is popped up softly, shallow left center field. Moving back on it is the shortstop, and it's going to be hauled in by Sachida. And Sano's going to be retired for the second out of the inning, and that is going to leave it all up to the third baseman, Toshiro Miyazaki. So for Miyazaki, he steps to the plate. He is 1 for 2 tonight. He's had a single in 2 trips. So runners at first and second. Abina, the runner at second. Kuwahara, the runner at first. Miyazaki, his offensive production has been a bit down this season. As he gets the opportunity here, there's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. Only 4 homers and 33 RBIs for the veteran third baseman. Again, the left-hander Matsuba ready to deliver again. Here comes the 1-0 offering as he kicks and fires. There's a breaking ball swung on his chop softly over to second. Fielded easily by Higuchi. He throws to first, and Miyazaki's retired on a ground out 4-3. And that is going to do it. There was no runs in the inning. There were no hits. There were no errors, and there were 2 BayStar runners left aboard. We're now moving to the bottom of the 5th inning. Your score is the BayStars 2, the Dragons 1. Stick around, everybody. The bottom of the 5th is just around the corner, and we'll be right back after this timeout.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. It is slated to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat here for the Dragons in their half of the 5th inning. Matsuba, Tsuchida, and Okabayashi to face the right-hander Fujinami, as the BayStars are enjoying a 2-1 lead. There's also an important part in the batting order here. I say important part. It's important for the 7, 8, and 9 hitters to try to find a way to turn the batting order over by getting on base. And right now it is 0 for 4 tonight for the Dragons. It sure makes it easier when the top part of the order comes to the plate. When you got ducks on the pond. Here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball that's taken for a called strike as Matsuba had stepped backwards out of the box. So no balls and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting pitcher of the Dragons. He's 0 for 1 tonight as he grounded to third his first time up, and the pitch on the way is a fastball taken for a called strike, and it now goes to 0-2. I have to say, Matsuba looks like a disinterested party here wanting to hit, as he's in the hole at 0-2. He's doing it only because he has to. 0-2 on the way. There is a fastball swung on, and he fouls it off himself, and that's probably why right there. No balls and 2 strikes. That was a fastball, and he got it off the inside part of his foot, which would be his landing foot when he goes out to the mound. So he nods that he's okay. Maybe that's why he's not swinging. As Fujinami will walk off the backside of the mound to give the opposite pitcher his opportunity to walk it off. Kind of like the glove that Fujinami's got. It's a purple jet. As the 0-2 on the way, there's a fastball that misses outside. Count is 1-2 to Matsuba. That was of the split finger variety. As I mentioned again before, he throws a lot of splits. I wonder what his pitch mix in the minors was this past year. Here's the 1-2 pitch. There's a split finger pitch swung on and tapped foul behind home plate. And the count remains at 1-2. It was 66 pitches for Fujinami through his 4 innings of work. As I speculated before, I figured that they could run him up to 85. If he gets through the 5th inning here, then maybe we'll keep our eye. Maybe he gets 1 more after that. There's a fastball swung on, and it's line foul down the left field line, so the battle is going to continue here against Matsuba. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it remains. Our friend Tim in the house. Missed you last night, Tim. We're glad you made it in here tonight. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. BayStars clinging to a 2-1 lead. They've just let the Dragons hang around. As the pitch is a split finger swung on, and it's golfed into center field for a base hit. And so Matsuba, the pitcher, is aboard with a single. It's his 5th hit of the season. And that'll bring up the shortstop in Ryuki Tsuchida. Actually, it was a breaking ball that he golfed into center field. I thought it was a splitty at first. As I said before, hard to tell the difference between the 2 pitches. And when you see it that way from Fujinami, it really makes him a 2-pitch pitcher. Tim says he can't hit Matsuba. Actually, I don't know if that's true or not, because he's allowed runners in every inning, and he's given up 6 hits here tonight. So stepping up to the plate is Tsuchida, and he's already squaring to bunt. And he gets it down, but it's foul over on the first base side. The count is 0-1. Matsuba has not had a clean inning. He's not had a 1-2-3 inning tonight in his 5 innings of work. Every inning has been a grind, and it's been a battle. But I have to say he does, or is able to wiggle himself out of jams. So no balls and 1 strike it is, as the right-hander Fujinami ready to deliver again. Here's the pitch. It's bunted. It's popped up. Oh, boy. It was a bad read by the catcher, Tobashira. He started forward, and then the next thing you know, we realized it was behind him, and he couldn't make that there. So that's going to be 0-2 now to Tsuchida. All Real says he'd watched games earlier in the year and he was on a roll. Yeah, tonight, not so much tonight. So no balls and 2 strikes it is. Runner at first is the pitcher Matsuba. 0-2 here to the shortstop, and it's Okabayashi waiting on deck, and they're still going to stay with the bunt here as Suchida is still trying to get the job done. So again, the right-hander Fujinami working himself to the set. Again, scoring the bunt is Suchida. The pitch, he pulls back, and he swings, and he grounds it foul. The count remains at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. One thing we did do is we changed our mode here to subscriber-only mode. Our friend Gracie Lynn, when she was in, had suggested maybe that would be something we should look at, and it certainly cut down a lot of the traffic of where can I watch this game and where can I do some of the other stuff. There was a split finger down, and it swung on and fouled away. Again, scoring the bunt was Suchida, but pulling back and taking a hack. Especially last week was driving us crazy. How many pitches has this pitcher got? And we're only in the 2nd inning. Didn't really matter at that point. And generally, the people who are subscribed will sit and stick around a little longer as the ones who aren't come and go. We've had more traffic through the game tonight than last night. There's a split finger pitch swung on it as pop foul. It's going to reach the seats behind home plate. And this battle is going to continue. So here's another thing. Fujinami in this inning alone has thrown 12 pitches, and he has thrown 11 for strikes. And yet he's not been able to put away either of the hitters. A base hit by the pitcher Matsuba, and now Suchida is just battling away, chinking away, chipping away, doing all those type of little things to try to grind out the at-bat. Here's the pitch again, and it is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed. Finally, he puts Suchida away for the first out of the inning. He's going to bring up the top of the order in Yuki Okabayashi. Well, Okabayashi has grounded out twice tonight. He'll be a tough guy to double up. Average sits at 270 now on the year with those 3 homers and 25 RBIs. Runner Matsuba establishing his lead over at first as Fujinami works to the set. And the pitch on the way, it is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Okabayashi. Our friend Harrison earlier said that how big a leash do you think that Fujinami will get? I would say that this might be the last inning for Fujinami. He's up to 79 pitches right now, and he's had to work like crazy in this inning. Fastball misses outside. It gets away from the catcher Tobashira. There goes the pitcher running, and Matsuba makes it safely into second. Good read there by the pitcher. Saw the ball down. He's going to move over to second base. I think that's going to go as a pass ball. Looked like it got off the glove, but I'm going to have to go watch the replay of that one and see exactly what that was. Yeah, that wasn't a very good way to receive that one by the catcher. So that'll be a pass ball charge to Tobashira. So that puts Matsuba into scoring position. It's a ball and a strike here to Okabayashi. Dragons threatening here to try to tie it up. Here's the 1-1. Pitch down. Good stop that time by Tobashira. 2 balls and 1 strike, although it's definitely not textbook. Fujinami now up to 81 pitches. As I said before, if he can get through this inning here, we might see the end of him tonight. Let the BayStar bullpen do what it's got to do to bring home a victory for the Yokohama. So here's the 2-1 pitch. On its way, it's a split finger pitch swung on and fouled right into the feet of the catcher. The count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pretty healthy crowd in Nagoya for this one, as it is most nights around the NPB. A lot of people are often concerned, can you get tickets for the NPB games? And I was talking about it a little bit last night in the stream. I've been able to get tickets for every game I've been to. The only one that I had to get in advance was the Swallows and the Giants. I wanted to make sure I had tickets for that. I probably could have got game day tickets for that one as well. And the other one that I didn't get tickets for was the Hanshin Tigers. That was the only place I couldn't get tickets. There's a fastball swung on, popped up on the right side, shallow right field, moving back on it, and making the catch is the second baseman, Hayashi. So Okabayashi going to be gone for the second out of the inning. It's going to leave it all up to Seishu Higuchi. So when you're going to the games, but I would also show up 3 hours before the start of the game when the tickets would go on sale. Games generally during the weekdays are all 6 p.m. starts or 1800 hours Japan time. So if you show up at the stadium 3 hours before the game, you can generally get a ticket. So Higuchi is 1 for 2. He's got a single and a stolen base. He's also flown out to center field. Got his first career NPB hit in the first inning, as the right-hander Fujinami kicks and delivers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Be interested to see what they decide to do if the BayStars do make the playoffs, how they're going to run their pitching matchups out, which ones they might drop or maybe move into the pen. I would certainly consider Fujinami back in the pen. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. The count goes to 0-2. One of the other things is when he was in the pen, he was throwing north of 100. He has not, at least on what we've seen tonight, hit 100. He's been in the upper 90s, 97, 98 miles an hour. And certainly if you go to the pen, you could probably ramp it up another mile or 2 or 3, depending upon where he's at. So here comes the 0-2 pitch as Higuchi waiting here as the right-hander holds set. Now delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into shallow left field. Plenty of space there for Sato to make the catch, and that is going to retire the Dragons here in their half of the 5th inning. They squander a leadoff single off the bat of Matsuba. There was no runs in the inning, a hit, no errors, and 1 left aboard. We are now through 5 complete, and as we like to call it, our Japanese halftime. We're going to take a little time out. We're going to go refresh our beverage. We'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this musical timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It is 1-1 to Dayan Vissayedo, who is batting here for the third time tonight. Takes a breaking ball down. The count goes to 2-1. Vissayedo has a home run and a single in his 2 trips to the plate, as he has hit to pretty good effectiveness here against his former teammate Matsuba. As the lefty delivers the 3-0 on the way, center cut fastball taken for called strike, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike it is. Tobashira and Hayashi to follow here in the 6th inning for Yokohama, as there's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over to the left side, fielded neatly by the third baseman Itayama, and he throws to first, and Vissayedo is going to be gone. He's out for the first out of the inning, a ground out 5-3. Yeah, that is going to bring up the catcher in Yasutaka Tobashira. And Kaur has jumped in. He says, first time tuning into this live stream. He says, are the rules the same to the MLB? There are some different nuances. I can slowly kind of roll those out for you here in a moment. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Extra inning games end after 12 innings in the regular season in the NPB, Major League Baseball. They can go on forever, as the 0-1 pitch is on the way. If the game is tied after 9 innings, 1 strike. Central League still uses pitchers to hit, which Major League Baseball has gone completely to the universal DH all the way around. As there's a breaking ball swung on, and this is fouled away. And the count goes to 1-2 on Tobashira. The other thing is the number of import players in Major League Baseball. It's not the number of import players in so as much as it is the number of visas an organization can have from top to bottom, as there's a breaking ball missing inside. And I have to be honest, I don't know where that stands right now in Major League Baseball. After the events of 9/11, they had capped every Major League team with only 25 visas, and that was from their Major League team all the way down to rookie ball. As that ball is lifted into left center field, coming over and making the catch is Okabayashi. In the Japanese league, you can have pretty much as many imports as you like, but you can only have 4 on a game sheet and 3 in the game at one time. Well, that brings Hayashi to the plate, who is 0 for 2 tonight. He is grounded to the pitcher and flown to right, as the starter Matsuba here has got 2 quick outs. As the lefty now kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball missing up and in, and the count is 1-0. So those are the first ones that generally come to mind. They also say that there are other nuances that go apart. There's a slow breaking ball that catches the inside corner, and the count goes to 1-1. The import players suggest that the strike zone is smaller for the pitchers and wider for the hitters. As the pitch is on the way, there's a fastball that swung on a lifted foul. I don't know if there's any scientific proof toward that, but I'm sure with the technology that they have today, we will see that a little bit more and more. So 1-2 strikes. As the lefty kicks and delivers, there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 2-2. So those are pretty much the pretty easy rules. There's another rule that states that the pitchers have to come set and hold for 3 seconds. Well, they don't normally do that. There's a fastball swung on, is grounded softly over to second base. Fielded neatly by Higuchi. He throws to first, and that is the first 1-2-3 inning tonight for the starter Matsuba, as the BayStars go in order here in the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. We're moving to the bottom of the 6th. Your score is the BayStars 2, the Dragons 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the bottom half when we return after this. Appreciate you guys for jumping in with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be a pitching change here for the BayStars as they are going to be going to Koa Nakagawa. We saw him in last night's game as he is coming on in relief of Shintaro Fujinami. Fujinami had thrown upwards of over 85 pitches, so if our friend Harrison is still listening, that is his final where he is at tonight, and I'll give you a count on that. 74, and it looks like it was about 86 pitches, if my math is correct. So 86 pitches tonight for the right-hander Fujinami, and his day is done. So Nakagawa completing his tune-up tosses. He'll be facing Umbayashi, Vossler, and Itayama. Coming to bat here in the bottom half of inning number 6. And so this will be where the BayStar bullpen will have to earn its money here tonight in a tight 2-1 ball game. A little surprised we're seeing him back-to-back nights, although it is a little bit earlier in the ball game, so not necessarily a high leverage situation yet, even though it is a 2-1 game. So Ubayashi tonight has struck out both times he's come to the plate, and he swings at the first pitch, and he lifts this into deep right field. This ball could be trouble. Looking up and watching it sail into the seats is the right fielder, Ibina. And with one pitch, we are tied here as Umbayashi, who has continued his hot hitting, had a pair of hits in last night's ball game, and he turns on that fastball, welcoming Nakagawa to the ball game. And now we are tied at 2 apiece. Our BayStar fans are running for the hills. Interesting here that he gets a teddy bear or whatever it is that they hand to him. I wonder if they throw that one into the stands. I know sometimes some of the teams will toss their furry animals into the seats. There's a breaking ball that misses outside to Vossler, and the count's 1-0. Vossler tonight officially 0 for 1. He walked his last time up, and he was left stranded at third. But we have a brand new ball game here at 2 apiece. As the right-hander kicks, double clutches, and delivers. There's a breaking ball that falls in for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. We are in the bottom of the 6th inning, and we are locked up at 2s at this point. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is to Vossler. It looks like that Mitsuba will probably be coming back into the ballgame, one would have to think. So here comes the 1-2 offering again as the right-hander works himself to the belt. And then he raises to his chest as Nakagawa double clutches again and delivers. There's a fastball that misses down, and it squirts away from the catcher. Tobashihira tried to block it. Runs the count to 2-2. All Rails says he's multitasking. He's trying to play a game while watching our stream and trying to keep up. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And there is a breaking ball waved at and missed, and Vossler's in the books. He's gone for the first out of the evening. That'll bring up the third baseman in Yutaro Itayama. Well, brand new ball game here as the first pitch that was delivered by Nakagawa just turned right around by Ubayashi. That was his 14th homer of the year. It's been a weird night tonight in the stream. We've had some people, our friend Mike Cool Hooks is in. Hopefully he'll be back Monday and Tuesday when we call the Giants and the Padres again. As the first offering is on the way. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. He looked like he took a little something off that, did Itayama. But we've had a lot of people come through the stream, but not necessarily for a long time, just a good time. Here's the 0-1 offering, pitch on the way. It is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Itayama. But that's okay. We're glad to have those who have come in and those who've stuck around. Appreciate you guys and your support. So no balls and 2 strikes to Itayama. 1 gone here and 1 run on the board. It's a 2-2 ball game here in the bottom half of inning number 6. And here's the pitch from Nakagawa. As he delivers, it's a split finger pitch, misses down again. Tobashihira, just a battering ram behind the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Is other action around the NPB tonight, and we'll try to look at some of that as well. As the right-hander again holds to the set. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that is swung on and missed, and that is going to do it here for Idiyama. He's down on strikes for the second out of the inning. It's going to leave it up to the left fielder, Shunta. And Kura says that the BayStars need to have a batting performance like last night. Yeah, sticking 6 runs on the board last night. Certainly good. They've rolled out a weaker lineup tonight, that's for certain. So they do have some late inning firepower when you think of Ford and Austin and Setsugo coming off the bench. Got a plethora of options. There's a first pitch fastball swung on and missed by Shunta. Shunta tonight is 2 for 2. He's got singles in both of his trips to the plate. Saying earlier that the Dragons manager looking like a genius inserting him here. Harrison says the game between the Lions and the Buffaloes has been tied at 6. Yeah, we saw that earlier. Fastball misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-1. That ought to tell you 2 things about the Lions: the fragility of their ball club. You get a 6-0 lead, and you can't hold that. Don't know how to play with a lead. Don't know how to play to win. Sometimes there's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. The count goes to 1-2. You see that sometimes with teams. They always say you got to learn how to play. You got to learn how to win. And I think this Lion team is going to have to learn how to win. Their pitching is pretty good. Again, the right-hander kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball taken for a called third strike. Oh, I'm not sure what Shunta was looking for, but it sure wasn't that breaking ball. He's retired for the third out of the inning. So a leadoff home run by Umbiashi. And then Nakagawa settles down and strikes out the side. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left the board. We're now through 6 complete. 2/3 of the game is in the books. Your score is the BayStars 2 and the Dragons 2. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit with all the action right after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving to the top of the 7th inning. Slated to come to bat will be Kyoto. Then the pitcher spot in the batting order, and then Tatsuo Ibina. So we'll see who they're going to roll out to pinch hit for the pitcher spot. One would expect at this point in time in the game. Well, for Yota Kyoto, as he faces the lefty here to begin the 7th, 93 pitches for Matsuba so far. He delivers a breaking ball for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Matsuba has retired 5 in a row now. He's getting stronger as the game has gone on. As the pitch on the way is a fastball that's check swing fouled over on the third base side. Count is 0-2. As I said, we're going to do Giants and Padres on Monday and Tuesday. And then after that, we're going to go dark for a couple of weeks as we will be in Taiwan. As we mentioned before, there's a fastball that misses upstairs. Really looking forward to that. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kyoto. And looking forward to seeing some Taiwanese baseball as well. Here's the 1-2. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into left field. Moving over toward the foul line with plenty of space to make the catch is Shunta. And Keona is retired for the first out of the inning. That would be out number 1, and that'll bring up the pitcher in Shintaro Fujinami. Well, for Fujinami, he is 0 for 2. But he's not coming to bat because he's out of the game. It'll be a pinch hitter stepping in here. We are yet to get that. It is Mike Ford coming in to pinch hit. So Ford coming off the bench. 6 for 37, the big left-handed hitting first baseman pinch hitter. That's 1 ball and no strikes to him. So you wouldn't see that in Major League Baseball, that you bring a left-handed hitter to face a left-handed pitcher. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. I wonder how many left-handed pitchers he gets to face in Major League Baseball recently. There's a fastball swung on. This ball's belted into deep right center field, but not deep enough. Over underneath it is Okabayashi. He's going to make the catch. It was a rainmaker, but he is going to be retired for the second out of the inning. Comes off the bench. He kind of looks like he's a guy that I would say I want to pick Mike Ford for the, if I was picking somebody, I'd want him on my golf team for the longest drive. If we were playing a Texas scramble, I want to have him driving the ball off the tee. He had a good run when he was with the Seattle Mariners for a minute. He had some pretty good production, did Ford. He had his moments in the big leagues. There's 2 gone here. And the first pitch, breaking ball delivered to Tetsuo Abina, swung on and fouled away. And the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Abina tonight is officially 1 for 2. He reached bases last time up as he was hit by a pitch, but he doubled and scored a run to start the ball game. And there is a breaking ball waved at and missed. The count now goes to 0-2. Well, I'm confident that Mitsuba looks like he has settled down now and he's really pitching much better, but I don't know if I'm very confident that the Dragons can score another run. I don't know how they're going to do it. Maybe unless Umbiashi comes to the plate. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Slow breaking ball misses outside, and the count runs to 1-2 on Abina. Getting the left-hander, getting his sign. He's at 103 pitches now. The way he's rolling, you got to think that maybe he comes out for another. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted down the left field line, but it's going to hook foul into the seats just over the netting, and the count remains at 1-2 to Abina. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Abina comes back to the dish. He gets himself dug back in. And the lefty Matsuba ready to go again. The 1-2 about to come on its way as he readies and delivers. Fastball just misses up and away, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. .105 pitches and counting here for the lefty. As again, he works to the set, now fires. There's a fastball that comes inside. Did he get him again? Oh, and Abina, yes, he did. He's not happy. You can see Abina. Yeah, he's going to take his base. He was hit in his last at-bat. It's very rare that you see some just outright venom from a player. And Abina, he gets hit again on the shin, and you can see that he was looking out toward the pitcher. He was not a happy camper. Back-to-back at-bats getting hit. This time, it looked like it bounced and got him off the foot. Only once have I seen the benches empty. I haven't actually watched the game for that. As is Inouye, who has come out to the mound, the manager, and he's going to pat the starter on the back. It looks like that his night is going to be over. Is that right for Matsuba? I do think so. He doesn't leave the mound as his manager is out there with him, as everybody else. But I do think the Dragons are going to be making a move to the bullpen here, as it looks like Matsuba's night is finished. Not sure what they're waiting for. Although a little bit different. Sometimes the managers don't always go to the mound. Sometimes the managers will make the change. It'll be the pitching coach who goes to the mound. The manager just goes right over to that there. Matsuba, he nods to the crowd in his appreciation. There is a reliever that's coming in. We have a pitching change, and we'll be back in just a moment after this from our friend Steve. We'll get you caught up on that in just a moment. It is a 2-2 ball game, and we'll be right back after this timeout. Pitching change. We'll be right back.
Hey, where are you going? It's a pitching change. Come on, sit back down. You don't go out there. Don't go get no food or anything. You've got a big decision. Are you gonna throw in there Raleigh Fingers? Maybe Goose Gossage? How about maybe Mariano Rivera or Lee Smith, Dennis Eckersley? Who knows? It's a pitching change. Come on back. You know who I would pick for this? A nice, tall, cool one. There's my pitcher. That's my pitching change. That's a winning combination. Come see my channel. Every day is opening day. And according to Bob, I must be in the front row. Blah.
Welcome back, everybody. We do have a pitching change on our hands here as they are going to the bullpen are the Dragons. It is going to be a right-hander. It's going to be Kento Fujishima who is coming in to replace the lefty, who leaves with 6 2/3 innings pitched. And he is right now responsible for the runner Ibina at first base. So Fujishima has completed his tune-up tosses. And we are ready to resume the action. I would say this, when you look at certain players or certain pitchers or certain athletes, Fujishima does not look like he could roll out as a pitcher. He looks like he's a little bit on the stocky and short side. Certainly the pitchers, you look for lankiness and length. And Fujishima does not necessarily meet that description. Here comes the first offering now to Kuhara. And it is a breaking ball swung on, is grounded to third, fielded neatly by the third baseman, Ediyama. He throws it to second. That's going to be a fielder's choice. And that is going to erase Ibina for the third out of the inning, 5-4 on the putout. So one pitch, one away. And that is going to do it here for the third out of the inning. Well, there was no runs in the inning, no hits, no errors. There was a runner left aboard. There was score as we are now moving to the bottom of the seventh inning. It is the BayStars and the Dragons locked at 2s. We'll be right back after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. I'm just taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Looks like the Buffaloes have got all their offense on 2 home runs. It looks like a grand slam by Ryo Oda and a 2-run shot by Kaida Nakagawa. And that had even the game at 6 between the Buffaloes and the Lions. So that game is moving to the bottom of the 9th as the Buffaloes will be coming to bat. Game is at the Kyocera Dome in that one there. In the top of the 8th inning, It is the Tigers with a 3-1 lead over the Giants, as the Hanshin Tigers were able to grind out some runs in that one there, as Tagatera and Sakamoto had knocked in runs. Well, slated to come to bat here, it's supposed to be Usami, the pitcher spot, and Suchida. So we'll see how the Dragons will manage this here, if they're going to stay with the pitcher that came on in relief, or if they're going to take him out. Or sorry, I should say if that is the case, I'm kind of curious to see what they're going to do, if they'll let Fujishima pitch and carry on, or if he is done for the night. My guess he'll be done. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. For the BayStars, on the other hand, they've gone to the bullpen as well. It is Daida Miyagi on the hill, as the pitch is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2. So he is the third pitcher used tonight in this one. It does look like there is a pinch hitter. It looks like it's Kenta Bright, as the 0-2 is on the way, and there's a breaking ball swung on it. It's going to be lifted foul into the seats, and the count remains at 0-2 to Asame. So it's now going to be a battle of the bullpens from here on out, as both of these clubs have starting pitchers are now out of the ball games. 2-2 it is here in the bottom of the seventh, and the 0-2 on the way to Asami. Pitch on the way, fastball misses down and in, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. It is Kenta Bright who is in the on-deck circle, as he will hit for Matsuba. And we're losing an art of the game. The double switches, how they manage, especially at the top level of the sport. When the NPB goes to the universal DH, that's going to be too bad. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right field. Moving back onto the edge of the warning track and making the catch is Ibina. Usami put a charge into it, just didn't hit it far enough. He's gone for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the pinch hitter in Kenta Bright. Well, for Kenta Bright, he's got a couple of homers and 13 RBIs on the year. He's batting .267. He's only had 118 plate appearances, 105 at bats. So he will step up here, looking to try to get some offense going for the Dragons. As the right-hander Miyagi kicks and delivers, there's a fastball that comes inside. It backs Bright off the plate. So 1 ball and no strikes. The pitcher Matsuba was batting in the 8th spot in the batting order. And you see that sometimes. They'll put the pitchers batting 8th. I don't think I've seen anybody higher than that. There's a breaking ball. Misses inside. The count now is 2-0. Although there was a pitcher for the Hanshin Tigers a couple of years ago. He might have batted 7th. I want to say it was one of the Ishis. It was either... or Nishi. It was one of the Nishis. Yuki Nishi. Possibly. Fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-1. Who could swing the bat adequately for a pitcher, and that's always fun to see. I'd rather see pitchers hit than hitters throw. I'm not interested in that part of the equation. It looks like there is a pinch hitter on deck as well, as there's a ball tap foul over on the third base side, and the count goes to 2-2, and it does look like it is Yasuhiro Yamamoto, who was the starting shortstop in last night's game. So 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Bright, as he waggles the bat, waiting on the offering here from the right-hander Miyagi, who holds to the set position. The 2-2 coming. There's a fastball swung on. It is going to be lifted foul into the seats down the right field line, and the count remains at 2-2. I don't know what the odds makers are saying in this one here, and I don't know where the needle points for those who are doing the live betting. If I had to make a guess, I would say right now the needle is probably slightly pointing to the Dragons. But I wonder if this half inning's completed, if the needle would point back to the BayStars. Here's the 2-2. Fastball swung on, and another one lifted foul down the right field line, and count remains at 2-2. Dragons trying to salvage a victory out of this series here as they lost the opener 4-3, and then last night 6-0. So Bright digging himself back in here, ready for the 2-2 pitch. As again, the right-hander Miyagi kicks and fires. It's a split-finger pitch. It misses down in the way, and now the count has run full at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. As I mentioned the other night, watching the game here in the Nagoya Dome brings back those memories of the Tom Selleck movie. I might think about watching that just for old time's sake. Mr. Baseball. There's a pitch on the way. It's a breaking ball. Another one swung on, and another one lifted foul. And the count continues to remain at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is. Again, the right-hander getting the signs from his catcher, and he's ready to go back to work. It is still the catcher, Toba Shihira, behind the dish, and there's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field. It's deep, moving back onto the warning track and making an over-the-shoulder catch as he runs into the wall is Ibina. Oh, he earned his money there. Kenta Bright with a great swing, stayed inside the ball, went the other way. The ball just kept carrying. And finally, Ibina able to run it down on the warning track for the second out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the pinch hitter, Yasuhiro Yamamoto. So Bright gets a pat on the back as he goes down the tunnel. Great swing, but not great enough. So pinch hitting here is Yamamoto, hitting .242 on the year, 3 homers and 14 RBIs. He was the starter in last night's game. As the first pitch, breaking ball swung on, and he hits that one into left field. It's going to bleed down for a base hit. Over to cut it off is the center fielder, Kuwahara, and he's going to get that one back into the infield. So a 2-out single here off the bat of Yamamoto. That is going to bring Okabayashi to the plate. Well, a tough night at the office for Okabayashi tonight. 0 for 3. He has grounded out twice, and he's popped out to second. The big challenge for the Dragons is being able to string hits together. And they haven't done that well enough tonight. And by our counts here, that's the 7th hit of the night for the Nagoya-based club. As Okabayashi will step in here, ready to face the right-hander for his 4th trip to the plate tonight. Here comes the first offering. Pitch is on the way. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Curious to see if they're going to empty the benches, or at least bring some of the regulars back in for the stretch drive here for the Dragons. 0-1 on the way. Fastball swung on, grounded through the 6-hole into left field. And that is going to advance Yamamoto over to second. So they're playing some station-to-station baseball. Runners at first and second. It's slated to bring Seiyoshu Higuchi to the plate, but we'll see if we're going to have a pinch hitter here. I think if I was the Dragons, I'd be looking to get Higuchi out of the game. He got his first NPB hit back in the first inning. He's 1 for 3 tonight. As we're waiting to see the announcement, if it is, right now there's a visit out to the mound. We'll look at other options off the Dragon bench. They got a full conference on the mound as the pitching coach Ohara has gone out to have a few words with his reliever Miyagi. And it's exactly what we're going to have here. Seiya Hosokawa has moved himself into the on-deck circle. So Hosokawa getting an opportunity to pinch hit. We were talking about him tonight. One of the regulars not in the ball game. But he comes to bat here with the game on the line. Be curious to see if he's also going to stay in the ball game, where they might move some players around. So Hosokawa comes to bat. Runner at first is Okabayashi. Runner at second is Yamamoto. There is speed on the base paths. As the big right-handed hitter paws at the plate. So Hosokawa digs himself in. We're waiting here on the offering from the right-hander who holds to the set position. He kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. And the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike it is. Enthusiastic crowd in Nagoya as they are on their feet cheering for the home side here. No balls and 1 strike it is to Hosokawa. Again, the right-hander holds himself to the set position. Here comes the 0-1. Pitch on the way. It is a fastball swung on and missed. The count now goes to 0-2. That was of the split finger variety, and that pitch fell right off the table. So no balls and 2 strikes. They often say that a hitter is going to get 1 good pitch to hit in the at-bat. It's 0-2 to Hosokawa. He hasn't seen either pitch being very good. If the first pitch was his best pitch, that breaking ball, boy, Miyagi will have done his job. So here comes the 0-2 offering, the pitch on the way. It is a breaking ball that misses low, and the count goes to 1-2. That right there would be a little bit of home cooking on the call. Hosokawa did a good job of throwing on the brakes, but I don't think I'd want to take that pitch again. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Hosokawa again digs in, stands with that slightly open stance, waiting on the offering from Miyagi. Right-hander works himself to the set position. And here comes the 1-2. That pitch is another split finger pitch. It misses down. Good job there by Hosokawa to read that one in the dirt. The count is 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, 2-2 here to Hosokawa. Runner again at second base is Yamamoto. Runner at first, Okabayashi. I would think if there was a ball driven in the gap, Okabayashi has the ability to score all the way from first. Here comes the 2-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses inside. Oh, it was a good pitch. Just a little bit inside. That's going to run the count to 3-2, and now the runners are going to be in motion. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. And I know Miyagi sure didn't like the call on that one, so now he's got to challenge the hitter outright right here. But he's put himself into this position. He retired the first 2 batters pretty quickly and efficiently, and back-to-back singles. And now a 3-2 count here to Hosokawa as the right-hander again leans in and gets the sign. And now Hosokawa had asked for time, stepped out. Going to make the pitcher think about it a little bit. We were talking about this in Major League Baseball, and you don't see that as often as you used to. They would call time to freeze the pitcher, and that's what they're trying to do here. Let's freeze the pitcher at 3-2. Make them think about it a little bit more. Here comes the 3-2 offering as the right-hander holds to the set. Now delivers. Fastball misses down and away. It's going to be ball 4. And now the bases are going to be loaded, as that is going to bring Seiji Uebayashi to the plate. Chance to play the hero in this one here. Uebayashi's already done his part by hitting a home run his last time up to tie the ball game. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Hosokawa drawing the walk. Bases are full of dragons, and Uebayashi coming to the dish. He had 2 of the 3 hits in last night's ball game. He's got another one here tonight. And that has also had a couple of strikeouts. He's got 14 homers on the year. As he strides to the plate here to face the right-hander Miyagi for the first time. The one-time Fukuoka SoftBank Hawk, thriving this year in a Chunichi Dragon uniform. Never really got the opportunity to play a whole lot. But when he did, he was fairly productive. And there were times that he had put up some decent numbers in Fukuoka, but he was always sort of that 4th or 5th outfielder. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Umbiyashi. He had visions of trying to tie the ball game up with that, or saying tie the ball game, put them ahead by maybe 3 or 4 runs with that type of swing. So 1 strike it is. This game here for a 2-2 game has had a lot of length to it. Started off at a fairly quick pace, but it is seized up a little bit here over the last inning and change. Pitch on the way, breaking ball, and it is hit him, but it goes all the way to the backstop. That's going to get 1 run in, and rounding second and coming home is Okabayashi. That's going to get 2 runs in. I wonder if they're going to go take a look at a wild pitch to score 2 runs. Oh my goodness, and we've got a strange turn of events here as the Dragons have taken a 4-2 lead. At first, I thought the ball might have hit him, but the catcher, Toba Shihira, unable to block the ball in to score Yamamoto, in to score Okabayashi on the wild pitch. Well, that's part and parcel of the problem there. The ball was in the dirt. He tried to backhand the ball. As he tried to backhand the ball goes on 1 hop all the way to the backstop. And then when he went to go get it, it didn't look like he was running as fast as he could, and 2 come around to score. Unreal. And Hosokawa goes all the way around to third himself. So wild pitch gets the 2 runs on the board. And here's the offering. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Umbiyashi. So he didn't even have to swing the bat. They put 2 runs on the board. Unreal. It's 2 balls and 1 strike as the right-hander trying to dig himself out of a jam. Umbiyashi waiting here on the offering. And the 2-1 pitch on its way. Breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-2. So a little bit of a turn of events here. The Dragons have scored 4 unanswered runs. The BayStars got the first 2 runs of the ball game, and it's been all Dragons ever since. And the home crowd is in a pretty good mood now. So here comes the 2-2 pitch as the right-hander delivers. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the netting over on the third base side. The count remains at 2-2. And just as things are cooking here, the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks ended up winning that game against the Chibalote Marines. That final score in that one ended up being a 1-0 ball game. I have to be curious to see how they cashed in that final run. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats down the third baseline, and it's still going to remain at 2-2. Hawks walked it off with a run in the bottom of the 9th inning. And it looks like it was a Taisi Makihara base hit that drove in the run. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as Umbiyashi waits here on the offering from the right-hander, who holds to the set. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, lifted into center field. Should be playable. Over to his right is Kuwahara. He makes the catch, and that is going to be do it. But damage has been done here by the Dragons in the bottom of the 7th inning. Both runs being scored on a wild pitch, the same wild pitch. 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of 2 hits. There was no errors, and there was runner left aboard. Your score as we now move to the top of the 8th inning. It is the Dragons 4 and the BayStars 2. We'll be right back after this timeout with all the action in just a few. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back in just a bit.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Mike Cool Hooks is suffering a little bit here from withdrawal of the San Francisco Giants, his team. Yeah, I don't know how to even think about the Giants this year. If they were a playoff team, they were a fringe team in my eyes at the beginning of the season. Some of the moves that they made, I'm not really fond of. But we'll have to see what they're all about on Monday night when we do the Padres and the Giants. I think the Padres could be a fraud too. Can't take out the Dodgers. Got a golden opportunity to take out the Dodgers or get a couple of wins, and they just can't seem to get it done. Well, we do have a pitching change for the Dragons as they're going to their bullpen again. It is going to be Tetsuya Shimizu, who is making an appearance here tonight. So he will be coming in. So Shimizu on in relief, as it'll be Sano Miyazaki and Visayedo to come to bat here in the 8th inning. And our friend Mike Cool Hooks says Brewers won the World Series. Yeah, well, it's August, and they're playing their best baseball in August. I don't know if they can continue this run of form, that's for certain. The first pitch delivered to Sano is a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count is 1-0. Sano 0 for 3 tonight. He's grounded into a double play. He's flown to center and popped to short. They say you don't win World Series in August, but you can sure lose them. And certainly in April you can, as that pitch is a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-1. Are some defensive changes for the Dragons in this one. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is going to be lined softly into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. So Sano is aboard with a single, and the BayStars have got something cooking here, and they got the firepower coming to the plate as Toshiro Miyazaki will step in. So this game here, far from over. 2-run lead is nothing for the BayStars. But they sure do miss not having Shugo Maki in their lineup. Question was last night is how long till he gets back into the lineup? I don't know. He had some surgery, but I don't know what the time frame for recovery is. So Sano, the runner at first, Miyazaki at the plate here. He is 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single in 3 trips as the pitch is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. Count is quickly 0-1. And not only am I mixed on the Giants, I'm also mixed on, as I said, the Padres as well. I'm also mixed on the Dodgers. The Dodgers have all that firepower. I just don't know if I'll be able to pull it together come playoff time. And I really don't like the back half of their lineup. The top 5 hitters, maybe 6 I can live with, but after that, breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-2. And how Pat Murphy's doing it with the Brewers, that is a lot of smoke and mirrors. Blue Jays Blue Jays pitching is a different kettle of fish. They've got some arms there. And then the Phillies took a knock today as Zach Wheeler has a blood clot in his shoulder and he ended up on the injured list. So here comes the 0-2 pitch to Miyazaki as the right-hander holds set. Now delivers. It's a fastball down. That was a good stop by the catcher Usami. So 1-2 strikes it is. Visayedo waiting his turn on deck. As we said, both Miyazaki and Visayedo have the ability to put the ball into the seats, and they've got more firepower on the bench with Tyler Austin. As the 1-2 pitch ready to come here. And also Yoshi Satsugo. Shouldn't discount him as well. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses down and away, and the count goes even to 2-2. I don't know how the Houston Astros are doing it or were doing it. And certainly the Mariners have been playing some decent ball as well lately too. Although they lost to the Mets today. 2-2 strikes. Again, the right-hander Shimizu working to the set. 2-2 on the way. Kicks and fires. It is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed, and Miyazaki is in the books. He's gone for out number 1. And that is going to bring up the first baseman in Dayan Visayedo. I have to say this. I've seen the scoreboard firsthand at the Tokyo Dome where the Giants play, and it's a very impressive scoreboard. As impressive a scoreboard as anywhere in North America or anywhere else. I've not seen the one in Nagoya, but they do flash it from time to time, and I would say it's right there on a par with the one at the Tokyo Dome. As the right-hander ready to go. Visayedo tonight is 2 for 3. He's got a home run, a single, and he's also grounded out. As the first pitch on the way is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Oh, Visayedo has a big smile on his face. I think that he probably wants that pitch back. So no balls and 1 strike it is. Our friend God is Great still lurking around in the stream. So no balls and 1 strike as the right-hander again holds to the set. Now delivers. There's a fastball swung on it. It's going to be grounded through the 4-hole into right field. That's going to allow the runner to go all the way around to third, I would think. And absolutely it is, as Sano is going to be safe at third. And a base hit for Visayedo. That puts runners on the corners. And it looks like he's going to get a fist pump. He's going to come out of the ball game. We'll have a runner come in for him. So the one-time Dragon with 3 hits tonight. Got to tip your hat to him. Enjoying his return to the scene of the crime, so to speak, where he used to play. So high fives all the way around. As he will exit this ball game here tonight with a home run and 2 singles. And that is going to bring in the pinch runner, the former Fukuoka SoftBank Hawk. As that is Masaki Momori, who is coming in to run. And it'll bring up the catcher in Yasutaka Tobashira. So Tobashira looking to make amends. Although it was a wild pitch, he certainly didn't do a great job of blocking it. There's a pitch that's down in the dirt, and Momori is going to take second. I don't know if they're going to call that a wild pitch or if they're going to give him a stolen base. I didn't see if he was off on the pitch. He was off and running, so he'll get a stolen base on that one. He had a huge jump. So Momori is now the runner at second. 2 runners now in scoring position with 1 gone here. And Tobashira, who's 0 for 3 tonight, getting a chance to make amends. I said even though it was a wild pitch charge to the pitcher, he didn't do a very good job of getting his body in front of it. Rather lazy technique with a backhand. Ball getting by and then going all the way to the backstop. It looks like it could be a marathon race to the backstop. There's a fastball swung on, lined right to the glove of the third baseman. No, he took it on 1 hop, did the third baseman Itayama. And he fires over to first base. It's going to keep the runners there. What a great play by him. That's going to be a ground out 5-3 in the books. So gone for the second out of the inning. Runners could not advance. We'll get a look at the replay again. Good job going the other way. He ended up short hopped on the runner at third. Did a great job. Good base running there by Sano to get back to the bag. I always tell you got to freeze on a line drive, and you can't go. They weren't going on contact. That's for certain. Well, that is going to slated to bring up the second baseman Hayashi. So let's see if he can play the part of a hero. So Takuma Hayashi 0 for 3 tonight, takes a breaking ball inside, and the count is 1-0. Hayashi batting .252 on the season with a couple of homers and 10 RBIs. As we mentioned, he is getting the everyday opportunities, it seems, with Mackey out of the lineup. So here comes the 1-0 offering as the pitch is on the way. It is a fastball swung on, grounded through the 4-hole into right field. That's going to get one run in. Rounding third, here comes the throw to the plate, and it is going to be not in time. As sliding in is Momori, and they have tied the ball game. A single off the bat of Hayashi, and the BayStars punch right back. 2 RBIs here for Hayashi, as in to score is Sano and Momori. And we are back to where we were a moment ago, and we were all tied up at 4. Oh boy, that's a manager Mira right there staying with his guy. And he delivers ground ball right through the 4-hole. Ubiashi, they challenged him. He had a chance to throw the runner out. And Momori, with a good head-first slide, able to get around the tag. And cruising into second base on the throw is Hayashi. That is slated to bring to the plate Yota Kyoto. God is great, says Dragons did voodoo. Well, they might have done voodoo, but right now it is the BayStars who are sticking the pins in the doll. Unreal. So 4-4 it is. If you've just joined us late, it's been an entertaining game, and Tyler Austin has been called in to pinch hit, but they're not gonna face Austin. They're gonna hold the 4 fingers up, and he is going to be intentionally walked. So Tyler Austin gets the 4-finger treatment as he makes his way to first base, and that will bring up, well, not sure who it's going to bring up, but it's going to bring the manager out of the dugout. So the manager, Inoue, on his way to the mound, he's got the baseball. We're going to have a pitching change. So hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back in just a couple moments. We'll get that all sorted out for you as we are all locked up at 4 here in the top of the 8th. We'll be right back after this timeout from our friend Steve, opening some big league cards.
Hello, everybody. Steve Rodemacher coming back at you again. And during this pitching change, for a change of pace, let's open some baseball cards. We'll get through these quickly. 2023 Topps Big League. We have rookie card of Tyler Freeman to go along with a Matt Chapman. And why not a Jake Cronenworth? Shoot 'em, Jake! We do have a rookie card of Brett Beatty. That's pretty cool. To go along with the uncommon Carlos Correa. Pretty common to me, but what do I know? Trey Mancini to go along with a rookie of Kodai Senga. Freddie, tell them about Kodai. And one of my favorites, Devin Williams of my Milwaukee Brewers. All right, looks like the pitcher's coming in. Freddie, you can take over now.
Thank you very much there, Steve. It is going to be the 4th pitcher used tonight by the Dragons. It's going to be Koki Sato coming in relief, as he is going to be in charge to face 2. We're not sure. It was the pitcher's spot in the batting order, so we're going to have to see who the BayStars will counter with, as it is going to be a left-handed reliever coming on. So Shimizu unable to get the job done here for the Dragons in this one. So the BayStars, who gave up 2 runs in the top of the 8th, punch right back with 2 of their own and are threatening here for more in the bottom or in the top half of inning number 8. So the Dragon left-hander is just completing his tune-up tosses. as we are ready to resume the action here. So Saito is done. And let's see who they are sending to the plate here are the BayStars. We'll check that here. Get that to you as soon as we can see the announcement. They're definitely not quick on letting us know who that is. Well, the BayStar fans are now in better humor. It is going to be number 25, and that looks like it's got all the markings of... Is it Setsugo or is it not? It is Yoshi Setsugo who has stepped in. I thought Setsugo was a switch hitter. He's batting left-handed here against the lefty, and the first pitch is a breaking ball that is swung at and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So Setsugo batting from the left side. Very interesting. As I said, I was pretty sure that he hits from both sides of the dish, but be interested to see what the rationale is against the left-hander Saito. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Pitch on the way. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to first. Fielded neatly by Vossler. He's going to win the race to the bag, and that is going to do it. A ground out to 3 for the third out of the inning. And that is going to do it here for the BayStars in the 8th. Well, they got 2 runs in the inning, did Yokohama, on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. We're moving to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is a 4-4 ball game. Vossler, Itayama, and Shunta to come to bat when we return right after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. The BayStars are turning to their bullpen, and it looks like it is going to be Hiromu Issei who is taking over on the hill. As I have a problem sometimes with these numbers where they have blue on blue, like the Carp have red on red. But it looks like it is Issei who is in to complete his tune-up tosses before we get this one there. So he is going to be entrusted to face the heart of the order, which means it's going to be Vossler, Itayama, and Shunto to come to bat here in the 8th. So Vossler looking to do some damage, trying to find his way on. We were saying earlier that the Hawks had won that game. Also, the Tigers had won the game against the Giants. That game was a 3-1 final. Over between the Buffaloes and the Lions, it is 6-6. They are now in the top of the 11th inning. As all the scoring happened in the first 6 innings, it's been quiet there for ever since. And right around the corner in another half an hour to get going here is going to be, well, it looks like it's going to be actually in about another hour and a half. It's going to be the Eagles and the Fighters, and then the Swallows and the Giants. They go off a little bit later after that, so we'll have to see what time those games get kicking at. Here's the first pitch to Vossler. It's a breaking ball swung on it. It's grounded over to second. And with one pitch, Issei has retired Vossler on a ground out 4-3, so a weak ground out for the first out of the inning. That is going to bring up the third baseman in Yutaro Itayama. So maybe it's another night for extra inning baseball in Japan. You never know. Itayama coming to the plate. He's 1 for 3 tonight. He scored the first run of the game for the Dragons when he was brought home on an RBI groundout off the bat of Usami. That goes way back into the second inning. So Issei holds to the belt, now delivers. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Dragons looking for some offense here as the pitch is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. When this one is done, we'll give you a full recap of this one and the rundown around the NPB. 2-0 on the way. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line. Giving chase is the third baseman and the shortstop. I'm not sure what they've run out at third base now. I wonder if that would be possibly Setsugo, as the night, I believe, is over for Miyazaki, but I'm not 100% sure. Or it looks like maybe it still is Miyazaki. He's usually one to come out. So 2 balls and 1 strike it is to Itayama. Again, the right-hander kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul on the third base side of home plate. The count now goes to 2-2. My cool hook says, is it still tied up? Yeah, it is. Bottom of the 8th inning. But now instead of at 2s, it's at 4s. So 1 gone here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Itayama with a 2-2 count. As the right-hander Issei ready to deliver. He kicks and fires. It's a fastball that comes inside, almost hits the batter. Moves him off the plate. That's going to run the count full to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is. So again, the right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on, grounded right back up the middle through the pitcher into center field, and Itayama's got himself a single. And that is going to bring up the left fielder in Shunta. Good piece of hitting there by Itayama. Stayed on top of it, hit it right back through the box. And that is going to put runner at first base with 1 gone, and Shunta coming to the plate. Shunta's had a pretty good night at the office. He's got 2 hits in 3 trips. He's now hitting .267 on the year. He's 4 for 15. So we've got some changes. It looks like he has come up squaring the bunt already. Interesting here. So Issei here on the hill. It is Shingo Usami whose turn is on deck. I wonder if they're in full slash mode here. They've done this a couple of times tonight, have been the Dragons, where they show bunt, but they pull back and take some pretty healthy hacks. As they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is Itayama. Interesting that that's what they're going to try to employ here. I don't know if I feel the same vibe as the manager of the Dragons, but you never know. Runner at first, Itayama, 1 gone here in the 8th. So again, squaring to bunt here is Shunta. He is showed early. And again, they throw over to first base, and again, diving back in time is the runner Itayama. They got to try to keep him close. Itayama here does not have a stolen base this year, but one would have to think that to get the opportunity, if they do decide to bunt, they may want to take a crack at second base to keep that runner out of scoring position. So here comes the offering again to the left-handed hitting Shunta. He does square to bunt, and he bunts it, and it's foul. Goes all the way to the backstop. Count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. That's been another thing here tonight. The Dragons not able to execute. A couple of times they have tried to get bunts down, and it has not worked successfully. So no balls and 1 strike it is. Again, Shunta showing early that he wants to bunt as the right-hander holds himself to the set. Now he delivers. It's bunted, but it's popped up, and it's behind home plate, but it's going to reach the netting. Shira did not even waste time giving chase. It's now 0-2 to Shunta. That always makes me wonder, a guy's got 2 hits tonight. He swung the bat pretty good. Why not let him swing it some more? So no balls and 2 strikes. I mean, you've taken the bat out of his hands now. So runner at first, Idiyama, 1 gone here, 2 strikes on Shunta. We'll see if they stay with it. They've done that earlier in the game, and they are showing that he's squaring to bunt again. This is where they had pulled back earlier in the game and had slashed. We'll see if they stay with it here. Here comes the 0-2, but instead, again, they throw over to first base, and again, diving back in time is Idiyama. So no balls and 2 strikes it is as the right-hander Issei ready to go back at it. We're now past the 3-hour mark in this game. Here comes the 0-2. Pitch on the way. He does square to bunt, but he pulls back. It's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-2. I was thinking about the ghost runner. If you had the ghost runner in the Japanese game in extra innings, I think it'd probably be an automatic bunt in a lot of cases. Certainly if I was the home team, I'd be bunting over. And then you got multiple ways to try to win the game from third base. I don't know if I like the way they play it in North America. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as the Issei holds to the set. He throws over to first, and again diving back is the runner Idiyama. What point in time you might put Idiyama in motion? So 1-2 it is here to Shunta. Again, he establishes his lead. He's got 1 foot on the turf and 1 on the dirt, is Idiyama. As again, Issei leans in, getting the signs. And now he steps off, and he's going to recycle it. And is he going to talk to his catcher? No. Just going to go through the sequence of signs again. And now Shunta has asked for time. He's going to walk back to the dugout. I think he's going to get himself a new piece of lumber. So Shunta reacquaints himself with the batter's box, and he's ready to dig himself back in. And again, he's squaring to bunt. Issei works himself to the set. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, but instead, again, they throw over to first base, and again, diving back is Idiyama. One thing it does do is it does take the sting out of the runner's legs. Certainly in this situation, the runner having to dive back and consistently dive back. And he's got to get up. It does tire him out. Unlike in Major League Baseball, where you only throw over a couple of times and the guy can pretty much run. So here's the 1-2 pitch. Again, as Issei holds to the belt. And now he kicks and fires. They pitch out this time. And now it's 2-2 to Shunta. I was saying this the other night. We saw a couple of pitch outs. In fact, I saw one in the Major League game in the week between the Padres and the Giants. It was, I think, on the Tuesday game, and I said, you don't see a lot of pitch outs in Major League Baseball anymore. Every once in a while, you get the odd one, but there's certainly one there in Japan. They were anticipating possibly a movement by the base runner, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. See if they put him in motion. Instead, they throw back to first, and again, Idiyama back, diving back. It's the bottom of the 8th inning. We're all locked up at 4s. The BayStars got the scoring going early with a pair of early runs. And then the Dragons battled back with 4 runs of their own. including the 2 runs in the 7th inning on the wild pitch from the pitcher Miyagi that went all the way to the backstop. So here's the 2-2. It was squaring to bunt, and then Shunta pulled back and swung at it. Again, the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. This battle continues. He's only thrown 5 pitches to Shinta, but it seems like he's thrown a whole ball game as he's thrown over to first base a number of times. What I should have is a meter on how many times he throws over to first. And Cole Hooks asked the question, when am I heading to Taiwan? It'll be in about 6 days' time. 6 days and an hour and a half, I guess, away. Here's the pitch. It is another one he squares to bunt, and another one he pulls back and fouls away again. And the count remains at 1-2. And looking forward to it, starting to do a little bit more, I'd say a little bit more research on what I want to see and do. Yeah, it should be decent. Looking forward to it. Do some day trips. Going to try to catch about 3 games. Going to go to the Taipei Dome. Going to go to the stadium where the Hawks play. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on and missed. I think Shinta was pitched on that one, and he wasn't able to catch up. It was a quick delivery from Issei, and down is Shinta for the 2nd out of the inning. It's going to leave it all up to the catcher and Shingo Usami. Yeah, looking forward to going to Taiwan for the first time. Doing a little bit of homework in terms of some of the things I'd like to try to be able to go and see, certainly in the daytime. So here comes the offering from the right-hander, and it's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. Count goes to 0-1 on Usami. Usami tonight is 0 for 3. He's grounded into a double play. He's grounded out and he's flown out, but he has driven in one of the 4 runs for the Dragons. Looking ahead to the top of the 9th inning, it'll be the top of the order to come to bat for the BayStars. As again, they throw over to first base, and again diving back in time is the runner Idiyama. So here comes the 0-1 as the pitch on the way is a fastball that misses up and away, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. My Cool Hook says, I'm sure there'll be lots of good food too. Yeah. I didn't know that their oysters were huge in Taiwan. That's one of the foods. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 1-2. Also, pineapple is quite used in a lot of their baking. You get cookies and different things. I knew that, so I've had some folks bring me back some pineapple. I always find when I'm in Maui and when I've been in Costa Rica, that is some of the best pineapple I've ever had. The stuff we get in North America, I could swear it's the leftovers. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side. The count remains a 1-2 to Usami. I find it the ones we get here when we bring it up, they're a little bit more acidic, whereas the other ones just sort of melt in your mouth. I shouldn't say North America. Like the Hawaiian pineapples are pretty good. It's the ones that are sent over to the mainland that just don't seem to have that same taste. So here comes the 1-2 pitch as Usami waits. Issei ready to go again. And instead, again, they throw back over to first, and again diving back is Idiyama. My Cool Hook says, get some fried oysters. Well, one of the things I am going to try is the stinky tofu. They say the fried stinky tofu is better than the boiled. So I'm pretty excited to give that a shot. Just got to bring the nose plugs. Here's the 1-2. It's a split finger pitch in the dirt. And the count now goes to 2-2. Yeah, the stinky tofu is supposed to be legit. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Asami. And I've never really eaten a lot of tofu until I actually was in Japan I don't know, maybe 6, 7 years ago. First time I really had any tofu. There was a fastball swung on, his grounded softly over to short, fielded by the shortstop of the BayStars, who fires to first, and that is going to retire Asami on a ground out 6-3. They had made the change, so I'm not sure who that was, as it had been a replacement for Yoda Kyoto, I do believe. But that is going to do it here in the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We're moving to the top of the 9th inning. Your score is the BayStars 4, the Dragons 4. Stay with us, everybody. The 9th is just around the corner, and we got lots of action left here still to come. Welcome back, everybody. It is a pitching change. It's going to be Shinya Matsuyama coming on in relief for the Dragons. And he is going to be the 5th pitcher used. So Shinya Matsuyama on in relief, as he will be entrusted to have to face the top part of the batting order in Ibina, Kuwahara, and Sano. So we have ourselves a 4-4 ball game here as we are entering the top of the 9th inning. We mentioned earlier that the BayStars got the party started early on, a run in the first, a run in the second. Dragons responded with one of their own in the second. They tied it up in the 6th with a solo shot off the bat of Seiji Ubiyashi, and then it was 2 runs on a wild pitch in the bottom of the 7th inning that brought home 2 runners, and it made the scoreline 4-4. That is where we stand right now as we go to the top of the 9th inning. So Ibina, Kuwahara, and Sano to come to bat here to face the right-hander Matsuyama. And for Ibina tonight, well, he's had a tough night. He has a double and scored a run in the first. He flew out, and he's been hit twice by pitches. And he was not very happy on either of those 2 occasions, as it was the left-handed starter, Matsuba, who hit him twice, both around the feet. So here comes the first offering. It is a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0 to Ibina. So 1 ball and no strikes. Right-hander Matsuyama ready to go again. He kicks and he fires. There's a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike. And the count goes now to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. Bina waggling the bat, waiting on the offering, and there's a fastball swung on it. It's chopped foul just down the third base line, and the count goes to 1-2. And Bina does a full circle around the batter's area. The batter's circle, I guess maybe you might want to refer to it as. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. BayStars looking to gain ground on the Giants tonight. Giants 3-1 losers to the Tigers. There's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded over to short. Fielded neatly, a throw to first base, and that is going to retire Ibina on a ground out 6-3. He's gone for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that is going to bring up the center fielder in Masayuki Kuwahara. Well, Kuwahara has been all over the base paths tonight. He has reached base 3 times of the 4 trips he's come to bat. He has a couple of singles and a walk. He bounced into a fielder's choice to end the 7th inning. Batting from the right side here against the right-handed throwing Matsuyama. And the first pitch is swung on and fouled away, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Kuwahara. Matsuyama ready to go again as he leans in and gets the sign from his catcher. And he works himself to the belt. Here comes the 0-1 offering. It's a fastball that is swung on. It is lifted into right field. Camping out underneath it with plenty of room to make the catch is the right fielder Ubiashi. And 2 batters up and 2 batters down here in the top of the 9th inning for the BayStars. And that is going to bring up the left fielder in Kaida Sano. Well, for Sano, he is 1 for 4 tonight. He's got a single. He scored a run in the top of the 8th inning. He's also grounded into a double play, flown to left and flown to center and popped to short. As he comes to bat here to face the right-handed reliever in the 9th. And the first pitch on the way to Sano. Fastball misses outside for a ball, and the count is 1-0. That last pitch was at 97 miles an hour on the gun, so Matsuyama coming in throwing some gas. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Another fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Interesting is Sano, when he strides, he really strides open. I don't know if that's because that's what he's wanting to do or if he's wanting to get a look. There's another fastball delivered, and that one's fouled away, and the count goes to 1-2. He certainly didn't do it on that last pitch. It looked like he was more diving into the pitch. So here comes the 1-2 pitch as the left-handed hitting left fielder of the BayStars waits. And now he kicks and delivers. Fastball misses inside. It runs the count even to 2-2 on Sano. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th inning for the Dragons, it's the 8, 9, and 1 hitters slated to come to bat. Our friend Mike Cool Hook says that the Buffaloes won. There's a fastball taken for a called 3rd strike. Sano caught looking. He's gone for the 3rd out of the inning, and that will do it here for the BayStars as they go in order in the top of the 9th. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. Bottom of the 9th is just around the corner. It is the 8, 9, and 1 spots to come to bat, and we'll be back in just a few right after this. Dragons with a chance to win this one when we return after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the right-hander Kohei Morihara coming in for the BayStars to pitch the bottom of the 9th. And we are just waiting for a little bit of a confirmation here, but we have at least slated to come to bat will be for the Dragons, Tanaka, Yamamoto, and Okabayashi. We'll see exactly if that is who is coming to bat here. As it is going to be Tanaka, the second baseman who started in last night's ball game. So he will come to bat here as he was hitting originally in the pitcher's spot in the batting order. And the first pitch on the way is a fastball swung on and fouled straight back, and the count is quickly 0-1. This is Mikiya Tanaka. As we said, he got the nod in last night's ball game to start, but he has come in a defensive replacement role. But they need base runners here to the Dragons, and the pitch is a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. And there is a fastball swung on it, is hit to deep left field, moving over underneath it. With room to make the catch is Sano, and he is going to retire Tanaka for the first out of the inning. That's not what they need as a fly ball. They need a base runner. And certainly with some of these players, they're not in the business of hitting home runs. So 1 gone here, and that'll bring up Yasuhiro Yamamoto. Well, Yamamoto came in as a pinch runner his last time up. And the pitch on the way is a fastball swung on. Ooh, comes right back and nails the home plate umpire, and the count is quickly 0-1. Actually, he came in to pinch hit for Sachita his last time, and he had a hit and scored a run. He came around on the wild pitch. So Yamamoto getting an opportunity here as he swings through a fastball and lifts that one foul. And right away is in the hole at 0-2. Okabayashi in the top of the order to come to bat next. And then the pitcher spot after that. There's a fastball that is down, but they say that he went around, did the home plate umpire, and that is going to retire Yamamoto on strikes for the second out of the inning. So 2 gone, it's going to bring up Yuki Okabayashi. So Okabayashi 1 for 4 tonight. Had a single his last time up. He's grounded out twice, and he's popped a second as he bats from the left side here against the right-hander who kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, grounded over to first, fielded neatly by the first baseman, Makihara. He's going to step on the bag, and we got extra innings on our hands here. So the Dragons go extremely quietly in their half of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. We are through 9 complete. Your score is the BayStars 4 and the Dragons 4. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments after this timeout. It is the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel, top of the 10th. Just around the corner after this when we'll get ourselves a update on our beverage, and we'll be back in just a few. We got ourselves an extended break here between the 9th and the 10th innings. We'll be back in just a few after this. It is a 4-4 game. We'll be right back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city, San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. And our friend Arthur Chan says he is enjoying the game from Singapore an afternoon, watching the game on Japanese TV, listening to the commentary, and we appreciate you for jumping in with us tonight. It is going to be the top of the 10th inning, and the Dragons pitching parade will continue, as we sure expect the BayStars to as well, as they have made a change. They're going to a right-hander on the hill. And it looks like we're just picking up the number here, as we're not sure exactly who they have turned to here yet. So we'll get that confirmed for you in just a couple moments. It looks like it is, from what I can see here, number 91. And so number 91 for the Dragons, that is going to be Humberto Mejia. So our first look at Humberto Mejia, as he will take over here for the Dragons. So he will be, by our count, the sixth pitcher used, as he is going to be coming on in relief. And he will be slated to face the heart of the batting order here for the BayStars, which would be Miyazaki Momori, and the catcher Tobashira. So here we go. Mejia has completed his tune-up tosses, and we're ready to get this one back underway. As stepping up to bat is Miyazaki, who is 1 for 4 tonight. He takes a fastball low, and the count is 1-0. Top of the 10th inning here, as the ball game has gone extras. Mejia again kicks and delivers. Fastball center cut for a called strike, and the count runs even to 1-1. As we mentioned before, we're going to be talking about this for the last little bit. We're going to do a couple of MLB games Monday, Tuesday of this week, and then it will be off to Taiwan for a couple of weeks. So we won't be doing any play-by-play for a couple, but we might add some stuff to the channel. As there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-1. As I said, going to try to get to see the Hawks play in Kaohsiung. Trying to get to a game at the Taipei Dome. It looks like the China Trust Brothers are going to play the Monkeys when we are there. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there is a fastball that misses inside. Count now goes to 3-1. Harrison says, how many extra innings are they going to play in Japan? Well, it may not go past the 10th if this is the way that Mejia is going to start the 10th inning, as he's fallen behind 3-1 to Miyazaki. Here's the pitch. On its way. Fastball taken for a called strike, and now the count runs full. In the regular season, they only play 12 innings. So that is the way it works. And if the game is done after 12 and it's tied, the game is done after 12 and it's tied. Here's the 3-2. Fastball misses inside, and the BayStars are going to have a runner, as Miyazaki is going to make his way to first base. So a leadoff walk here, and that is going to bring Masaki Momori to the plate. I think they said that in baseball, if you can get a runner to first base on a leadoff walk, you got a 50% chance of scoring. And if you can get him to second base, it becomes a 70% chance. So it'll be interesting to see how this will all play out. Second base with nobody out, that is. We do have a pinch runner. As coming into pinch run, it is going to be Kazuki Kamizato. So Kamizato in, and Momori is already squaring to bunt. Momori can run too, by the way. He is got some lightning quick feet. Another former Fukuoka SoftBank Hawk in the ball game here. Not really sure what the fallout was in Fukuoka, why he ended up leaving. There's a fastball that misses way upstairs. Count is 1-0. Looks like the Dragons have changed their catcher as well. I don't think that's Isami behind the plate. It is actually Kato now. You can tell he's a bit of a diminutive fella in stature as opposed to the starter Isami. Here's the 1-0. And that ball is bunted at but missed, and the count now goes to 1-1 on Momori. Harrison said, what a comeback by the Buffaloes. I haven't looked into catch up on that one, to be honest with you. I know it was 6-6, so I didn't see how they finished it off. Obviously, 2 home runs to tie it, a grand slam and a 2-run blast. So here comes the 1-1 from Mejia as they square to bunt. Momori gets it down. It's a good one. The only play is going to be to first. Oh, and he bounces. What a terrible throw to first base. They end up getting the runner. But oh my goodness, that was he looked like the yips had shown up. Steve Blass, Steve Sachs, Chuck Knobloch, all in one. As he almost threw that ball away. He came off the mound to field it, and he just literally bounced it. Whew. But Mori with a sacrifice bunt, that's going to go in the books as a 1-4 putout. Advancing to second base is that pinch runner. That's going to bring up the catcher in Yasutaka Tobashira. Oh, man. That was a pretty scary moment for everybody in the stands. And certainly an entertaining moment for us here watching. So that's going to bring the catcher out to the mound here as he's going to have a little word with Mejia, with the runner at second base. A little bit concerned about relaying signs. So Kato makes his way back to the plate. So the runner, Kamizato, is in scoring position. And the pitch on the way, fastball swung on, grounded foul over on the first base side. So no balls and 1 strike to the catcher Tobashira. Well, he's got a chance to play the hero again, or at least the hero in this point, as he had let that pitch get all the way to the backstop, and the game ended up being tied. There's a split fingers pitch swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. If he had joined us in the 8th inning, a wild pitch went all the way to the backstop, and they were able to cash 2 runs. So no balls and 2 strikes. As the right-hander works himself to the set position, here comes the 0-2 on its way. And there's a split finger pitch down in the dirt. They're going to have to throw down to first to get Tobashira. He's going to be gone on strikes. It's going to go 2-3 on the putout. Holding his ground at second is the runner Kamizato, and that's going to be 2 in the books here, and it's going to be slated to bring up the second baseman in Takuma Hayashi. Well, Hayashi already had heroics in this game once for the BayStars, as he had a 2-run single in the 8th to put them ahead 4-2 while he bats here. And again, time has been called. So I don't know what they're going to do here. Are they going to put Hayashi on? They are. They're going to intentionally walk Hayashi, the generally light-hitting second baseman. So he's going to get intentionally walked. That'll help set up the force. We'll have to see who they're going to be bringing in here. It is supposed to be Ishigami, who is the shortstop, who had come in to play when Tyler Austin had pinch hit. And it is Taiki Ishikami who is coming to bat here. And the first pitch on the way is a breaking ball taken for a called strike. And the count is quickly 0-1. So BayStars got runners at first and second here with 2 gone. They need a clutch base hit here to put themselves out in front. A base hit here to the outfield more than likely would score the runs. They do have the outfield playing in shallow. As the pitch on the way is a fastball swung on, and that ball is going to be lifted foul into the seats down the third base line, and so now it's quickly 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. God is great said you're going to be sleepy. Actually, tonight we had a pregame nap. I got about a 3-hour nap in today. We got, didn't have to be anywhere, didn't have to really do anything. So we are primed and ready to go the full 12. Here comes the 0-2. Breaking ball down. They appeal over to the third base umpire, but they said he didn't go. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, we were able to get a good solid 3-hour nap in this afternoon. It's been raining here. We're a little bit early on the rain. Certainly didn't expect that early on. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as Mejia ready to go again. And the pitch on the way. It is a fastball that misses up and away, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Been lots of changes in the lineup here in this one. So we'll try to keep you updated as it goes along here. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. On its way, breaking ball swung on, grounded right back to the pitcher, Mejia. He fields it, and he's going to underhand flip to first, and that is going to retire Ishikami on a ground out 1-3. The BayStars are gone here in their half of the 10th inning. They had no runs in the inning, and there was no hits. There were no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 10th. We are still locked up at 10s. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back after this on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. It'll be the Dragons' turn for a chance to walk it off and win it, to see if they can pull the trick that the Orcs Buffaloes did earlier today. We'll be right back in just a few.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just 1 roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. Slated to come to bat for the Dragons here in their half of the inning. It'll be Takuma Kato, who is going to get his first at bat So Kato, the catcher, Obayashi, and then Vossler. So the 2, 3, and 4 spots in the batting order, as we are waiting to see who the BayStars will be rolling out to the hill, if they have made themselves a pitching change as well. So we're just waiting on that confirmation, as this one here is ready to resume. It was Morihara who had pitched the last half inning. We're waiting to see if he is going to be coming out as a probably effective inning. So we're ready to resume the action. It is Morihara who is back out on the hill, and the first pitch on the way is a fastball that is taken. No, it isn't Morihara. It is Sasaki who is on the hill. The first pitch taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Kato. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded right back through the pitcher into center field. And Kato has got things going with a leadoff single here. And that's going to bring up the right fielder in Seiji Ubiyashi. So the Dragons get a runner aboard, much like the BayStars did to start the 10th inning. As we were just getting the update on Chihiya Sasaki. If I'm not mistaken, Chihiya Sasaki used to be a Chiba Lotte Marine back in the day. And he was up until 2023. So we'll see what they have. Well, Ubiyashi, who has himself a home run tonight, is being asked to square to bunt. It's probably not the worst thing. So Chihiya Sasaki, as we said, as he throws over to first base and getting back in time as the runner. Ubiyashi here, 1 for 4, home run in his 4 trips. He's also struck out twice and flown to center. As the right-hander delivers, it is bunted, it's down, it's decent. Their only play is going to be to first. Nice play over there by the third baseman, pouncing off the bag. I didn't get the update to see who that is to replace Miyazaki. As currently our box score looks like a coloring book, but that's going to be a sacrifice. It's going to be 5-3 on the putout. And the runner Kato is now in scoring position at second. It's going to bring Jason Vossler to the plate. Well, Vossler tonight is officially 0 for 3. He's got a chance to be the hero, but they're not going to let him hit, as they're going to intentionally walk him to set up the potential double play. Vossler gets the 4-finger treatment as he is now moved down to first, and it's going to bring the BayStars defense in to talk it over a little bit. Yutaro Itayama coming to the plate, who's had a nice night tonight. He's 2 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. He also scored the first run of the ball game for the Dragons, and he was literally worn out in the 8th inning when he was diving back to the bag. He must have had to dive back about 7 or 8 times when he was the runner at first base. And they've got Shunta, who is on deck. So Vossler steps in, or steps over to first base. Itayama stepping in at the plate here, ready to face the right-hander. As Sasaki ready to go back to work as he holds to the set position. He checks the runner at second. Now he delivers. Fastball misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. They're definitely in the deep water now with a base hit here has a potential to end the ball game. They are playing the outfield in shallow because anything that's going to be hit here, they've got to be able to try to be in a position where they could throw the runner out at the plate. There's a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. So 2 balls and no strikes to Itayama. Again, the right-hander holds himself to the set position. He kicks and delivers. Breaking ball waved at and missed, and now the count goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Sasaki is one of those pitchers who really loads up the ball with the rosin bag. When the ball slips out of his hand, it's like a puff of smoke. So 2 balls and 1 strike as the right-hander works himself to the set. He checks the runner, Kato at second, and there's a fastball on the outside corner for a called strike, and the count goes to 2-2. I think Idiyama wanted that pitch back. He knew that was the one that he probably needed to pull the trigger on, and he's upset with himself. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. Crucial part of the ball game. That's another thing I always talk about when you watch the Japanese. The game can be 10-1 or 2-1. They'll be in the stands. There's a ground ball up the middle into center field, and they're going to hold the runner at third as the throw comes in. The ball was hit just past the diving second baseman. Idiyama has got himself aboard. He's got a single to load the bases. Stopping at third is Kato. At second base is Vossler. And that is going to bring Shunta to the plate with a chance to win the ball game here for the Dragons. Well, for Shunta, he is 2 for 4 tonight. He has a couple of singles. He has struck out twice. He's got a chance with 1 swing of the bat to end it here. The defense is in, as they got to try to play for a run at the plate. We're going to be curious. They're in at the corners. Just going to take a look to see if they position themselves halfway up the middle. As there is a conference on the mound here. The pitching coach had come out to talk to the BayStar relievers. So Dragons trying to walk it off here in the bottom of the 10th inning. And what would be the most apropos way? Maybe a wild pitch. I don't want to predict ill will, but boy, it makes you wonder here. We've seen some strange happenings, and the Dragons could use a little lady luck on their side to be able to win this here. 4 for 16 on the season now is Shinta with his 2 hits tonight. The entire infield is in, and the outfield is also shallow too. They got to be able to throw a runner out at the plate, and there's a fastball that misses outside for ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes. If you've just joined us, you've walked in at the best time of the game. Bases are full of Dragons. BayStars trying to wiggle themselves out of this and take it to the 11th inning. As the right-hander Sasaki holds set, delivers, there's a breaking ball that is waved at and missed. And the count now goes even to 1-1. So a ball and a strike. Here to the left-handed hitting Shunta. Bases full of Dragons. As Sasaki gets himself a new baseball, he's ready to go back to work again. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the pitch coming. Fastball misses. It goes off the glove of the catcher, and we almost predicted the way the game was going to end. As it gets away from Tobashira, he chases up the third baseline. It's going to run the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Oh, boy. Although I have to say, on that particular instance, it was more the pitcher's fault. The pitch was up and away. The catcher had to pop out to get a glove on it just to stop it. That was destined for the backstop. So 2 balls and 1 strike as the left-handed hitting Shunta waits on the offering here from the right-hander Sasaki. He checks the runners. It's going to be a good pitch. There's a breaking ball, waved at and missed. Oh, boy, Shunta swing at ball 3. It's going to run the count to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitcher's spot, Mahia, is what is supposed to be coming up next, but I'm sure we're not going to see that. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Shunta as he waggles the bat. Dragons fans are cheering him on. Hopefully he can become the hero tonight. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball swung on, and it's chopped foul past the first base coach's box, and the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. BayStars looking to try to hold on here as they are trying to sweep the Dragons in this series. A loss here won't impact anything, though. Right now they sit at a game behind the Giants with the live update. A win here, they go to a half game. If they lose, they stay at a game and a half back. 2-2 on the way. Split finger pitch, swung on and missed, and Shunta is down on strikes for the third time tonight. He's gone for out number 2, and that's going to leave it all up to the pitcher's spot, so we'll see who they're going to send up for Mejia. And it looks like it is going to be number 23, the recent addition, as that is going to be Michael Chavis, as he will get a chance to try to be the hero here. Chavis had a rough night in last night's game, but since coming over, he has been fairly productive. He's batting, with his home runs, he's got 3 homers and 5 RBIs. He's hitting $183. So he has a chance right here with the game on the line to be the hero. 4-4 is the score. Bases full here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Chavis at the plate. The infield is now moved back. And the first pitch coming here from the right-hander on the way. It's a breaking ball that misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Oh, that was pretty gutsy of Chavis to take that pitch. Looked like he wanted to stay inside and go the other way. You know he's going to get a good pitch to hit coming up here. So 1 ball and no strikes. Waggles the bat, waiting here on the offering from the right-hander. Sasaki delivers. There's a fastball center cut, and the count now goes to 1-1. That's good traditional hitting right there. You take until he throws you a strike. Make him work. Get a chance to see a couple of pitches. So Chavis digs himself back in. He taps both sides of the plate. And here comes the 1-1 offering as he waggles the bat. Sasaki delivers. Breaking ball misses down. The count goes to 2-1. Unable to throw the breaking ball consistently for a strike, and certainly Shunta who just struck out, he certainly was swinging at pitches that weren't strikes. The difference is Chavis has been able to be disciplined here. So 2 balls and 1 strike it is. I think if I see breaking ball here, no matter what I'm taking, I got nowhere to put him. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball swung on, belted into deep left field. If this ball stays fair, it's going to be trouble. And this ball is just going to hook foul. Oh boy, Chavis, he absolutely ran into that pitch. He must have hit that ball about 360 feet, but it just hooked foul. Brought everybody to their feet. We're going to have to take a look. That ball, it hit the canvas on the facing of the second deck, but just a bit foul. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. Well, let's see if Sasaki can deliver a breaking ball when he needs it. Got to think that's coming right here. Here's the pitch. Fastball at the knees. Take it for a called 3rd strike. Oh, Chavis, what are you looking at? That pitch was center cut. He's gone for the 3rd out of the inning, and that is going to do it here for the Dragons. Well, the Dragons load the bases, and they can't score. There was no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 3 runners left aboard. We're now moving to the top of the 11th inning. Your score is the Yokohama DeNA BayStars 4 and the Chunichi Dragons 4. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call of the 11th inning when we come back after this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's another Hollis build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Going to be Hugo Umano, who is coming on in relief for the Dragons in this one, as he's going to be the 7th pitcher used tonight by the Nagoya Baseball Club. And he is slated to face the 9, 1, and 2 hitters in the batting order. And we'll have to get you that here in just a moment. It is supposed to be the pitcher Sasaki. But we know that's not going to happen. Then it'll be Ibina and Kuwahara to follow after that. So we'll see who the BayStars have decided to march out to the plate. As the right-hander has completed his tune-up tosses, and we are ready to get back to the action here. As the right-hander ready to go, and we're just getting a confirmation of the pinch hitter here as the first pitch is on the way. Split finger swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So this is going to be number 58. And by our counts, that would be Koki Kanjiwara, who is up to bat. So Koki Kanjiwara in the hole at 0-1. And there's a pitch that is swung on and fouled away. And now he goes into 0-2. So Kanjiwara in the hole. So Kanjiwara in the hole at 0-2. And it is Ibina who is waiting his turn on deck, followed by Kuwahara, as we said. So it'll be a good spot for one of these to get things going. All three can run a little bit. There's a breaking ball swung on, and it's fouled off over on the first base side. The count remains at 0-2. Both teams have had their opportunities to break the ice here at 4s. It hasn't been clutch hitting, that's for sure, to drive runs in. Dragons in that last half inning doing everything right until they couldn't get a clutch hit from their back end of the batting order. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. We are now reaching the 4-hour mark of this game, and it has gone extra innings. It has been a lot of entertainment tonight. Breaking ball missing down. Count goes to 2-2. And certainly before the game started, we didn't envision this. But it has been decent. It's been fun to watch, and we're glad that you guys who've popped in, who've stayed up with us, have been able to enjoy it too. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball. Take it for a called third strike. Oh, Kanjiwara, bat off the shoulder. He's gone for the first out of the inning. It's going to bring up the top of the order in Tatsuo Ibina. That's frustrating. You saw the end with Chavis as he had hooked that ball foul, not by much. He absolutely obliterated the pitch. And then he takes a center cut fastball for third strike, and that's sort of the same thing right there. Not sure what you were looking for, even just to get the bat off and foul it away. Well, Ibina coming to the plate here. He's 1 for 3 tonight. As the check over to the first base umpire, but a strike has been called here. So no balls and 1 strike to Ibina. 1 for 3 tonight, but he's been hit twice by pitches, so he's been on base 3 times. As the right-hander again works to the set, now delivers. There's a breaking ball waved at and missed. And the count now goes to 0-2, so no balls and 2 strikes. Again, NPB tapping both sides of the plate. Waiting here on the offering from the right-hander, who again gets his sign. As he works himself to the set position, the 0-2 on the way. Pitch on the way. Down in the dirt. Nice stop there, but boy, you can see Cato was shaking his arm. Must have got him in the right spot because it hurt a little bit. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. 1 gone here in the 11th inning. This is like a heavyweight match that's gone into the boxing match that has gone into the late rounds. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. As the pitch is on the way, it's a breaking ball down in the dirt, and the count now goes to 2-2. When we picked this game, we picked it earlier in the week. We said we're going to do the BayStars and the Dragons twice, last night and tonight. Obviously, last night, the 6-0 victory for the BayStars. The game was over fairly early. The Dragons not an interested party in that game, but tonight a different story. Trying to salvage a win in this series. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, and NPB down on strikes. He's gone for the second out of the inning. That is going to bring up the center fielder in Masayuki Kuwahara. Well, even for us, I think it's time to have a nap. I'm not quite ready for it yet, but it's getting there in that time, that is for sure. Well, it brings Kuwahara to the plate. He has been on base 3 times tonight. He has singled twice, he's walked, he's bounced into a fielder's choice, and he's flown out to right field, so officially 2 for 4. Takes a breaking ball over for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Right-hander against the right-hander as he works himself to the set. Here's the 0-1. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the right field line, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Our friend Harrison back up. He says, I think it's going to end in a tie. Well, the way this game is going, probably the BayStars will score a run in the top, and then the Dragons will tie it in the bottom. See something like that happening. There's a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count goes to 1-2. Offense has been cold. I don't know if the offense has been cold. They've had runners on base. Just haven't been able to do anything with it. It's been the greater issue. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a fastball swung on, and it's hammered foul, but a diving catch by Eddie Ama. Oh, my goodness. I didn't know if he came up with it or not. It was the right hand of the third base umpire that went up, and that is going to do it as Kuwahara is going to be gone for the 3rd out of the inning. They go in order here to the BayStars in their half of inning number 11. There was no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're moving to the bottom half of the 11th. It's supposed to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat. We'll be back for that in just a few after this on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel, bottom of the 11th. Just around the corner in a bit. Hang tight, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Coming to bat for the Dragons will be Tanaka, Yamamoto, and Okabayashi. So there could be some speed to get their way onto the base paths. We're just waiting for confirmation of the pitching change here for the BayStars in this one, as Sakamoto will have been done for the night as he was pinch hit for. So we'll see what we have here left. So Tanaka, Yamamoto, and Okabayashi to come to bat. Dragons fans are feeling it again here in the bottom of the 11th, as they will try to get themselves a run to win it. Well, this brings to the plate Tanaka, who is 0 for 1 tonight. He came on defensively, and he flew out to left field his last time up. As the first pitch forthcoming on the way, it is a breaking ball that misses down and in. 1 ball and no strikes. It is a reliever in the game here this is Yuya Sakamoto. It was on in relief, so Yuya Sakamoto here. Fastball swung on. This is grounded, and it's a nice diving play by the shortstop. Are they going to be able to get him? Oh, no, they call him out at first base, Tanaka, but they're going to go and have a look at this one on the replay. We're going to have to wait to see the shortstop, Nishigaki, who's come in defensively. What a great play by him to dive into the 6-hole. So we're going to wait and see what that's going to look like here. We're going to look at it ourselves. And I don't know. I think they might have got him at first base. We're going to look at that. They're going to want to have a look at it. The first base coach was wanting the call. We're going to get a look at this. Oh, maybe out on the backside. We had a different angle there. So we're going to see if they're going to reverse this call. It was a nice play by the first baseman, Momori, to have to pick it. Oh, I think the call by the first base umpire is going to stand. I think he is going to be retired as an out. We'll get a different angle on this one. Yep, I think he had control. I think he's going to be out. I think it's going to be a fantastic defensive play. And here comes the umpire with his decision. And the decision is a ground out 6-3 for the first out of the inning. Tanaka got down the line in a hurry. So 1 gone here, and that is going to bring up Yasuhiro Yamamoto to the plate. Our friend Harrison's giving us the updated scores. Yeah, 1-0 for the Fighters. Yeah, it would be here late. So Yamamoto waiting, and the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Yamamoto came into the ballgame. He's officially 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single and scored a run, and he struck out looking his last time up. Pitch on the way. There's a fastball swung on it. Is lifted in the right field. It's going to slice down for a hit. Getting over to cut it off. And a nice play there by the right fielder, Ibina, who fires it back in, holding Yamamoto to a single. Computers MC says he needs the Dragons to win. Well, if you need the Dragons to win, well, you might be in a good position right now. They've got a pretty quick runner on base in the likes of Yamamoto. And they've got Yuki Okabayashi coming up to the plate, who also can run a little bit. So keep your eye here. It is a left-hander on the hill. So if I would think of something here, it might be more of a hit and run than anything else. So runner at first, 1 gone here. And Yamamoto stepping in as the lefty Sakamoto works himself to the set position. And here's the pitch. Fastball misses down and away, and the count quickly goes to 1-0. Okabayashi tonight, 1 for 5. He singled and scored a run in the 7th. He's grounded out 3 times and popped a second. His other trip to the plate. So here comes the 1-0 pitch as the lefty again holds to the set. Sakamoto delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This is lifted into left field. This should be easily played by the left fielder Sano, and he is going to retire Okabayashi for the second out of the inning. And our friend Computer's MC, that's not the at-bats that you want here. And that is going to bring up the catcher, Kato to the plate. Kato tonight has only had one at-bat. He is 1 for 1. He had a single in his only trip. But he was left stranded at third base in the last half inning. And the pitch on the way is a fastball swung on and line foul down the right field line. Count is quickly 0-1. Looking ahead to the top of the 12th inning, the BayStars will send the 3, 4, and 5 spots to the plate. Dragons trying to win it here in the bottom of the 11th. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, and now the count goes to 0-2. So Kato in the hole here. My scorecard looks like a coloring book. There are so many changes to it now. It is arrows and crosses and everything else. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Sakamoto holds set, now delivers. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the right field line, and the count remains at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Do appreciate everybody who's hung with us here tonight and listened in as much as we possibly could. Just a reminder, we'll be back on the airways for some Major League Baseball on Monday and Tuesday evenings, so maybe you can jump in for that. That's North American time. Here's the 0-2 fastball, and it just gets away from the catcher. And holding at first base. Oh boy. I gotta say, if I am the runner, Yamamoto, in that situation, you got to be disappointed. You got to have a better read on that. As soon as you see the ball hit the deck, you got to be moving. It's been a tough night behind the plate for Tobashira. This has not been one of his finer appearances. 1 ball and 2 strikes it is, but he would have been in scoring position as the catcher decided to play basketball with the pitch. They throw over to first base, and easily getting back is Yamamoto. Now, in fairness to Yamamoto, the ball might have been screened from the base runner because the catcher had to go behind the right-handed hitter to get it. Again, they throw over to first base, and again, Yamamoto getting back safely. And another piece to this is why you wouldn't want to put him in motion. If he ends up getting thrown out, you're going to have Kato coming to bat. I think Ubiyashi and Vossler. That's assuming you want Kato to lead off the next inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch. On its way, fastball swung on, and it's lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side, and 1-2 it will remain. I think this is the longest game of the season we've done so far. It's at 4 hours and 15 minutes and counting. I guess the one saving grace, it wasn't a weeknight. A weeknight, that presents a bit of a problem. Tomorrow morning, you don't have to set the alarm. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. And Kato is in the books for the 3rd out of the inning, and that is going to do it here for the Dragons in their half of inning number 11. Well, they strand a base runner. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left the board. We're moving to the top of the 12th inning. Your score is the BayStars 4 and the Dragons 4. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit right after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody. We're just getting confirmation to see if there is indeed another pitching change for the Dragons, as we are waiting here, as they had Umeno in relief. And the first pitch is a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and they kept him in the ball game. First pitch he delivered to Kaita Sano, taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Umeno, 15 pitches in his first inning of work. As the right-hander delivers again, there's a fastball swung on. It's grounded through the 4-hole into right field. And the BayStars have got something brewing here with a basic hit single. Our friend Bryson walks in right on time, as that is a single for Sano. And as I go back to my coloring book, it looks like it is going to be Kamisato who is coming to bat here, who came on to pinch run in the last time before. So we'll see what they have up their sleeves here. Kazuki Kamisato, he stayed in the game and played in center field, as he is already squaring to bunt. So you got to figure that was coming. They throw over to first base and diving back in time as the runner. Our friend Harrison said, yeah, this is it. You got to get a run across here. If not, you're playing for the sister kisser, which is a tie game. So the right-hander holds set, now delivers. It is bunted and bunted foul all the way to the backstop. Count is quickly 0-1 to Kamisato. I was saying before, whether it's a 12-2 game or a 2-1 game, or in this case, a 4-4 game, Japanese fans are awesome. They stay right to the bitter end, no matter what the score is. They support their teams, and they don't get up and leave. If this was Kansas City, Missouri, the fans usually get to the game in the third inning, and they leave by the sixth. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It is a fastball that misses down, but it goes all the way to the backstop, and that is going to get the runner over to second. Without the advantage of a sacrifice bunt. Well, we saw that earlier with the catcher, Tobashira, who was having his issues. Tobashira having his issues for the BayStars. Now it shows up here as the catcher, Kato, let that ball go all the way by him. It might have been a wild pitch, but you got to get at least a glove on the ball. A little surprised that the runner, Sano, wasn't a bit more aggressive, trying to get around, maybe even thinking about taking third. So he is at second base. The count right now is at 1-1 strike. And again, squaring to bunt, and it's not a good one, but it's popped up, but it does get down, but they're going to let it roll foul. Oh boy, he popped it up in the air. Terrible bunt. It might have turned into a sacrifice fly, for crying out loud. Unbelievable. 1-2 strikes it is. Pretty simple. You got to see the ball down, and you don't want to bunt anything over your hands. And he ended up going up and bunting it. It ended up popping it up. Umeno was not the most athletic getting off the mound to try to get that ball. So 1-2 strikes it is, as the right-hander works himself to the set. Now he steps off the back side of the rubber, and we're going to go through it all over again. So the runner at second is Sano. There's nobody out here in the 12th inning. 1-2 strikes to Kamisato. See if they keep the bunt on or if they're going to go do something different. Here comes the pitch. No sign of it here. They're letting him swing, and it's a split finger pitch in the dirt. The count now goes to 2-2. So the wild pitches have reared their ugly heads here tonight for both teams. So Umeno again, getting these signs from his catcher, Kato, as he leans in and works to the set. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. As it's on its way, it's a fastball swung on. This ball is going to get looped over the head of the shortstop into left center field. And again, they're going to throw the brakes on. Why? I do not know. And the throw that comes in was absolutely horrendous. It went halfway up the first base line. That's going to put runners at the corners on the base hit here by Kawazano, and it's going to bring Masaki Momori to the plate. And I say why? Here's my other thing to this, is that the ball is taking the outfielder to the right even further. They held him up, and the throw was absolutely horrendous. And in fact, I'd even say this, that the turn at third base could have been better. It was only a few steps past the bag. Got to put some pressure on that defense. At least you can read the throw, so the third base coach got to get down the line a little bit more. Not sure I really like the way that happened. Well, now they got a pinch runner in the ball game for Sano. That's interesting. Why would you put a pinch runner in here at third base unless they're going to run a contact play? It is going to be Shibata who is coming in to run. So this is interesting. Usually you put the pinch runner in over at second base because a base hit would score them. But they put Shibata in here to run, so we've got all kinds of stuff going on here. A lot of gamesmanship, a lot of moves being made, and now Inoue is going to intentionally walk Momori. That's going to load the bases. So that is going to set up a force at any base. So another intentional walk here, and that is going to bring up the catcher in Tobashira. And Tobashira tonight has not been very good behind the plate. And I got to tell you, he has struggled at the plate. He is 0 for 5 tonight. He has grounded out twice. He's popped out. He's flown out. He's struck out. But now he's got a chance to erase all of that with a base hit. So the BayStars catcher hitting .253 on the year with a couple of homers and 6 RBIs. Batting from the left side here against Domeno. There is nobody out here in the top half of the 12th inning. BayStars could do a lot of damage. First pitch breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. If you've just joined us tonight for this one here, scoring was early for the BayStars. They got the first 2 runs on the board, 1 in each of the first 2 innings. Dragons chipped away with 1 in their own in the second, 1 in the 6th, and 2 in the 7th. And the BayStars tied it with 2 in the 8th, and that's where we have sat ever since. Fastball swung on and lifted foul over on the third base side. Now the count goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. And the second baseman, Takuma Hayashi, is waiting his turn on deck. Infield is in, outfield is shallow. As the left-handed hitting Tobashira is waiting on the offering from the right-hander. And here comes the 0-2 pitch. It is a fastball swung on. This is lifted foul. It's going to get down just by the netting over on the third base side, and the count remains at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes it remains. Yeah, at some point in time, you're going to have to send the runner. And I think that in this situation here, if it's a base hit, you might want to send that runner from second, too. If the ball gets to the outfield, here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on and chopped foul over on the third base side. The count remains at 0-2. Our friend God is Great says, yeah, this game's going on forever. We are almost at the 4.5-hour mark. As I said, this has got to be our longest game of the year. I don't know what the longest one is. I'd have to go and take a look. Certainly the longest stream of the year. So no balls and 2 strikes again as the right-hander holds set. Now he kicks and delivers. Breaking ball swung at and missed, and Tomashira is retired. He's gone for the first out of the inning. And I give him credit up to this point. At least he didn't strike out tonight, but now he's 0 for 6 on the night. So he's gone for out number 1, and that is going to bring up the second baseman in Takuma Hayashi. My Cool Hook says longer than Lord of the Rings. Yeah, probably longer than some of your regular James Bond movies as well. Well, Hayashi 1 for 4 tonight. He drew an intentional walk his last time up. And he pitches a fastball that misses outside for a ball. And the count is 1-0. My Cool Hook says, give us a raise. Yes. The beatings will continue until the morale improves. So 1 ball and no strikes to Hayashi. Hayashi had the clutch 2-run single in the 8th to give the BayStars the lead. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 2-0. There's nowhere to put him. That was a 95-mile-an-hour fastball up at the eyeballs. So 2 balls and no strikes. Infield is still in for the Dragons. Outfield's a little deeper than I would have expected. They fanned out the corner outfielders, I think, and they've moved them in a bit, but the center fielder is almost in a normal depth. Here's the 2-0. Fastball swung on. This is lifted into straightaway center field. Oh, it's definitely deep enough to get the run in. Tagging at third and coming home is the runner. They throw into second base. All the other trail runners are going to be okay. It's going to be a sacrifice fly by Hayashi. That is going to get the 5th run of the game in. An RBI for him. In to score comes the runner for Sano. Hayashi gets high fives all the way around as he comes back to the dugout, and it is now a 5-4 lead for the BayStars here in the top of the 12th inning, and the game isn't over yet. So it is Ishigami who is slated to come to the plate, the shortstop who made that fantastic play to start the last half inning. And it's going to bring the manager Inoue out of the dugout. It looks like that is going to be the end of the night for his pitcher Umeno here. So we're going to have a pitching change. Why not? We've already been here for 4.5 hours. Let's keep the party rolling. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. We have a pitching change on our hands. It is the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back with the wrap-up of this in just a few.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We have ourselves a pitching change. It is going to be the 8th pitcher used tonight by the Dragons. It is going to be Ren Kondo, who is coming on in relief. And he is going to be slated to face Taiki Ishikami. We'll come to bat here with 2 gone and 2 aboard. Well, we appreciate those who have hung out with us for all the night. For those of you who have just joined us, thanks for popping in as well. As we have, this game here has been an absolute marathon. So it is going to bring up the shortstop who has only 1 at bat tonight. He grounded to the pitcher his last time up, or his only time up. He's hitting 169 on the season, no homers and 6 RBIs. So he is thrust into a situation where maybe he can do a little damage. And the first pitch is a fastball from the lefty Kondo that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Yoda Kyoto had started the game at short. Tyler Austin hit for him in the 7th inning, and then it has been Ishikami the rest of the way, and there's a fastball that misses. Count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. It is the pitcher's spot, Sakamoto, who is supposed to come to bat next. We'll see exactly what they decide to do with the BayStars. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count is 2-1 should it get to that situation. So 2 balls and 1 strike it is. Again, the left-hander getting his sign. Allrail says, yeah, game's still going on. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away down the left field line, and the count goes to 0-2. The BayStars have just taken the lead 5-4 as they are batting here in the top of the 12th. They've got runners at first and second and 2 gone. And Ishikami trying to find a way to keep the inning alive here. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch on the way. There's a fastball down in the dirt. Nice stop there by the catcher, Kato, and he asks for time as he gets a new baseball. That runs the count to 3-2. So runners are going to be on the move here, as it is a 3 ball and 2 strike count to Ishikami. Kondo getting his sign as he works himself into the set position. Here comes the 3-2. And the pitch is a fastball that misses down. It's going to be ball 4, and it's going to reload the bases. So now we're going to have a look to see who they are going to be bringing up to bat. I don't know what they've got left on the bench, but Sakamoto was the scheduled hitter. Of course, he is the pitcher, and we kind of figured he may not be coming back anyway. But bases are full of BayStars yet again. It's going to be number 50. It's going to be Yudai Yamamoto. So that is who is coming off the bench here. Yudai Yamamoto hitting .261 on the year with a couple of homers and 36 runs batted in. And if I was the BayStars, I'd put him behind the plate and tell Tobashira to have a seat. There's a fastball swung on his chop softly over to short, fielded neatly by the shortstop Yamamoto, and he's going to retire the other Yamamoto on a ground out 6-3. So Yamamoto's involved in everything, but that is going to do it here as we had 1 run in the inning on 2 hits. There were no errors, and there were 3 runners left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 12th, it is the BayStars 5, the Dragons 4. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this.
Well, you got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just 1 roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be number 22, Taisi Ire, who is coming in relief. And by our count here, this is going to be, it looks like it is going to be the 8th pitcher used tonight by the BayStars. So he is coming in to try to seal the deal here. So Taisi Ire on in relief. Well, who is he slated to face? Well, it's supposed to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters, Umbayashi, Vossler, and Itayama. We'll see if there will be any other further changes on the offensive side. As he has completed his tosses, and the Dragons are going to get 1 back to tie it, 2 back to win it. or else they will take this one on the chin. A win by the BayStars brings them to a half game behind the Giants. It'll also be a sweep of the series here against the Dragons in Nagoya. Well, for Umbayashi tonight, he is officially 1 for 4. He's got a home run in 4 trips, but he also has a sacrifice bunt. So he stands in here ready to face the right-hander Ire for the first time. As the right-hander holds set, here comes the first offering. As the pitch is on the way, he squares the bunt and he drops it down the third baseline. It's a good one. They come up firing, and did they get him? Oh, they nail him over at first base. That was the right idea to try to bunt his way on. Head first slide by Ubiashi into the bag, but he is going to get gunned down. He's a little bit slow to get up. I hope he didn't jam a finger. Nice defensive play there by the third baseman, Hayashi. Hayashi was the shortstop to begin the game, and they moved him over to third. So that's going to go down as a ground out 5-3. That's going to bring Jason Vossler to the plate. Vossler is one of the few players that the Dragons have that is in scoring position when he steps in the batter's box. And they could use that right now. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. Vossler tonight 0 for 3. Ground out twice and a strikeout. He has walked twice. As the right-hander Ire ready to go again as he works to the set. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball swung on, popped up in the infield. It's playable. Coming in on as the third baseman Hayashi. They almost collide. Who made the catch on that one? Don't know. Looks like it is the third baseman, and that is going to do it. So that's going to be 2 outs here. And that's the catcher again, Toba Shihira. So got to tell you, if you're a fan of the BayStars, Toba Shihira should get off the field. I got to be honest with you. He's not had a very good game tonight at all. So 2 in the books. Because that's the third baseman's ball all the way. Easier play for him coming in than it is for the catcher to go out and to make the grab. But they'll take it nonetheless, and that is going to leave it up to the third baseman, Yataro Idiyama. Well, for Idiyama tonight, he is officially 3 for 5, all 3 singles. He has scored a run. He's made some great plays defensively as well. There's a first pitch fastball swung on. It is lifted into left field, camping out underneath it with plenty of room to make the catch, and that will do it here, as that is going to end this as the Dragons go quietly in their half of the 12th inning. The BayStars come from behind to get the victory 5-4, and your final score is the Yokohama DeNA BayStars 5, the Chunichi Dragons 4. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back to wrap it up in just a few on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Right back after this.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. Well, that was quite the entertaining affair tonight, as this one here went a full 12 innings. We were streaming for certainly over 4.5 hours. It's approaching at our end of time almost the 5-hour mark, 4 hours and 49 minutes. And, well, what do we have here in this one? Well, we'll give you the roundup right now. The BayStars got the scoring going in the first inning, a leadoff double off the bat of Tatsuo Ibina. And after a Masayuki Kurihara single, Kaita Sano grounded into a double play, but that scored Ibina with the first run of the game. BayStars led 1-0. BayStars added to their lead in the second inning when Dayan Visayedo homered off his former club to lead off the second, doubling the lead at 2-0. Dragons responded in the bottom of the second inning. It was Yataro Idiyama with a leadoff single. After Shunta singled, it was a groundout by Shingu Usami, who brought in the run to cut the lead to 2-1. Dragons then tied the game in the bottom of the sixth inning. It was Seiji Ubiyashi who had a solo shot to lead off the sixth. That made the scoreline 2-2. Well, that's where it stayed until the bottom of the seventh inning. And with 2 out, the Dragons got all the runs at that point. A single by Yamamoto, another single off the bat of Okabayashi. And once there was a walk to the Seiya Hosokawa to load the bases, it was a wild pitch that brought home 2 runs to make the scoreline 4-2 for the Dragons. But the BayStars, well, they countered in the 8th inning, a single by Sano, and after a strikeout by Miyazaki, up stepped Visayedo, and he singled. I put runners at first and second. After a ground out by Toba Shihira, up stepped Takuma Hayashi, and he had a 2-run single to even the game at 4 apiece. And that's where it stood until the 12th inning. And in the top of the 12th inning, it was Kaita Sano singling. And then it was a single off the bat of the Kamizano. And then an intentional walk to Mamori, and up stepped the batter with 1 out. It was Hayashi, and he had a sacrifice fly to bring home Sano to make the final score 5-4. Yeah, that was quite the game, gentlemen. We appreciate everybody who did pop in to listen tonight. We'll give you a quick look at the scores from out of town, and then we're calling it a night as we approach that 5-hour mark. Other games of note, certainly in the Central League, a 3-1 victory by the Tigers over the Giants. And the BayStars climbed to a half game behind the Giants in the standings for second place. Over at the Mazda Stadium, that game is just getting underway. It is nothing in the top of the first. That is the Carp and the Swallows. The games that are going on in the Pacific League, well, there's one going on right now. It is 4-0 for the Fighters over the Eagles. But the final scores in that league, 7-6. The Buffaloes come from behind to knock off the Lions. And it was 1-0 for the Hawks. They walked off the Marines in the bottom of the 9th inning, as that is a Kira Nakamura who drove in the winning run in that one. Once again, everybody, we appreciate you for listening in tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We look forward to seeing you again later on in the week. Again, it'll be Monday and Tuesday. We're going to do the Padres and the Giants. Hopefully, you guys can make it in for that. And then after that is finished, we will be finished for a couple of weeks, as we're going to go take in the sights and sounds of Taiwan. Take care, everybody. We'll see you again soon.